Ladies and gentlemen, welcome officially to the second edition of Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. As we kick things off, I'd like to remind you that free Wi-Fi facility is available throughout the venue here. Please use the username BCES and password BCES at 2024 to connect. You can also scan your QR code given in your ID or your pass to check out the agenda that we have for today. Ladies and gentlemen, after the resounding success of our first summit last year, it's my pleasure to welcome you to an even more promising edition this year. Today, we delve deeper into the principles of the circular economy and explore its vast opportunities for Bangladesh. We're set to discuss and discover how circularity can reshape industries and the environment, creating a sustainable future for all. So get ready for a full day of learning, innovation, and of course, collaboration. This event wouldn't be possible without the tremendous support of our organizers and partners. The second edition of the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit is organized by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange in collaboration with GIZ Bangladesh and in association with the Embassy of the Netherlands in Bangladesh. Today, we aim to present critical insights into the evolving relationships between brands, manufacturers, and legislatures, assess the impacts on trade, explore opportunities for creating decent jobs, and discuss measures to ensure an equitable transition to a circular economy. Congratulations to everyone present here, as you are now part of an initiative that champions the circularity agenda. As we move forward, let me give you a brief overview of today's agenda. We have an opening plenary, followed by 4 panel discussions, 3 enlightening presentations, and a unique breakout session. We thank all our expert speakers, moderators, and presenters who are here today joining us. Your contributions are crucial in making this summit a hub for knowledge and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence our opening ceremony, I'm honored to welcome our distinguished guests who are here with us today. Please join me in welcoming on stage our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, Mr. Jahangir Kobir Nanok, MP, Ministry of Textiles and Jute, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. I would also like to invite on stage our special guests, Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, former president of BGNEA, Mr. Thies Woodstra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, Mr. Jan Rolf Janowski, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh, and Mr. Mostafis Uddin, founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Please extend a warm round of applause to welcome our honored speakers on stage. Can I please have you on stage? Thanks to our distinguished guests for gracing the stage. Now I have the distinct pleasure of inviting Mr. Mostafis Uddin, the founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, to deliver the welcome remarks for the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mostafis Uddin.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, today's chief guest, Mr. Jahangir Kobir Nanok, Honorable Minister of Jute and Textile, Honorable ex-President of BGMEA, Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, and I can say one of my inspiration and guardian for this long journey of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Mr. Thais, a long-term old friend, Deputy Head of Mission, the Embassy of Netherlands in Bangladesh. You may be aware that Netherlands Embassy is a long-term partner of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. And Mr. Jan Yaski, Deputy Head of Mission, Germany. My friends, fellow colleagues, speakers, journalists, press, representatives from different brands, media, development partners, embassies, factories. Thank you all of you to be here today. Your presence had a significance, inspiration for me, and also it proved how important circular economy for Bangladesh. So first of all, thank you so much. I know we are heading Eid. Eid holiday is coming. How challenging time all of us passing. In spite of your busy schedule, you are here. I'm very much grateful for the presence. I will start first of all, about circular economy and Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, and me, myself, personally, how we are associated. So, actually, when I see today's condition on circular economy and circularity in Bangladesh, I feel a little bit jealous when people complain about it, that they face difficulties to do the work. But when I started in 2000, back to 2016, Honorable Minister and Honorable Ex-President Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, I will say that it was so difficult for me. I will share one memory. So 2016, first time, I wanted to do a capacity study on waste in Bangladesh. And it took me 272 days to get the permission and explain people why I want to do that. But I am so proud to see today it is everywhere in Google. Everyone know what is the waste percentage in Bangladesh, what is the source of waste in Bangladesh. So my journey with the circularity was not very smooth. Nevertheless, we not stop. You know, good work takes some time. You need to have a passion and dedication for that, and which me personally and my organization Bangladesh Apparel Exchange having. 2017, we had organized the first event on circularity at Bosundhara. I will remember, I went to each and every factory personally to explain them what is called circular material, why I want to do that. And everybody was asking to me, what is circularity? And today when I see, everybody knows about circularity. And I feel very proud of it. And this is a tremendous progress of Bangladesh. Bangladesh apparel industry had come so forward, you can see about that. And we can be a leader in circularity. 2018, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Honorable Prime Minister was in New York, so they started a new project they wanted to launch in Bangladesh. That was the P4G, closing the loop. So we started that project. And 2 years we worked for that project in Bangladesh. Later on, when we used to do that project, we realized we need to do further more. Only that is not enough. So 2020, what we did, we established a model sorting center in Dhaka. And you will be happy to know that dream, that vision is no more dream in paper. If you look into the lobby, you have seen that our sorting center is already in operation. So this is the little bit progress what we had done from where we started and where we go. And then we launched the Circular Economy Summit, first Circular Economy Summit we happened. Today we are doing the second Circular Economy Summit. Actually, we have, day by day we are learning, our country is learning, our industry is learning. We had arranged a lot of workshops. We realized that we, we sell our product to Europe, and we need to cope up what they are doing. So we realize that there are a lot of eco-design requirement is coming. There are a lot of circular material requirements is coming. Our customers are looking for that. So Bangladesh Apparel Exchange try to help the local manufacturer, the country, how we can cope up that, how we can do that. We are arranging circular design workshop. You will be happy that today also our partner JIZ and the Embassy of Netherlands really last few months worked so hard to make this event happen. They provide the technical support. We had a lot of great speakers came from different parts of the world. So I will urge all of you, please cooperate, please join this movement. One day you will see that today how you proudly say Bangladesh is the second largest economy, apparel manufacturer in the world. One day you can also say how Bangladesh is the leader in sustainability and circularity. So I will also say one more word about how the journey of the circularity. So we had done a policy report. We are on Fast Circular Economy Summit. We had find out where are the gaps, and after that we done a policy report. The policy report need to be addressed. We need to do action according to that. We are facing a lot of barriers. Honorable Minister, you are here. Your gracious presence can help us to do that. Our Honorable ex-president of BGMEA, you are not only the ex-president of BGMEA, you are a leader in this industry. You yourself, you are a manufacturer. You know the challenges we are facing every single day. We cannot import the second-hand clothes. Let me explain to you why this is important. Our customer, brands, retailer, they cannot do whatever they want. They have to follow their country rules as we have to follow our country rules. So the European Union, today we have a presentation. The head of European Union delegation, Mr. Charles Whiteley, he will give a presentation. I will request all of you to listen that presentation. You can see what legislation rules are coming in Europe for the Green Deal, for the due diligence. If we want to cope all these kinds of things, we need some support from the government. We need some support from the policy makers. So what are these policy makers and how can help us? Like at the moment, we cannot import the second-hand garments. Circularity, we are doing now two parts. One is pre-consumer, one is pre-consumer waste, one is post-consumer waste. See, so there is a rule coming in Europe for the Green Deal. The customer, whatever they are selling, they have to get it back. So when the customer is bound to do that by the law in Europe, America, all the Western world. So they are forced to do that. But where they will do this recycling? In Germany, in Italy? No. They have to send it to Bangladesh. But how we do it? Our law is not allowing that. So I will urge that please allow us to do that if we don't do this in coming years. So this will be a suicidal decision for our apparel industry. We have a vision of $100 billion. Our leaders, BGMEA, are working very hard to achieve this goal. Our government is supporting us by the policy, by the incentive, by so many things. Our private sector is working very hard to achieve that. All the partners, development partners, testing company, inspection companies, every stakeholder is working on that vision. But my friends, that vision can only materialize when we have a right policy support. So I will urge that government give us the right policy support for that. Second thing is, here I want to also add one thing, like we have our competitor in Pakistan or India. I've been visited by myself in all these countries. I have seen that, how they are bringing their second-hand garments and they are doing that. Yes, government also have some challenges, customs have some challenges, but we can overcome this jointly and collaboratively because apparel is the highest revenue earner for this country. It is the backbone for our economy, so we cannot ignore that. The second challenge is like, let's see that we bring these second-hand garments in Bangladesh, and we don't have enough recycling plant. We need to establish enough recycling plant in Bangladesh. Bangladesh Apparel Exchange 2017 had done a roadshow for the recycler. Today in the whole world, the most successful recycler from Finland, Infinity Fiber or Renewcell or others, they all came to Bangladesh 2017 with us. We arranged a roadshow and they had seen the country. That time they don't even have those recycling plant. So for those who think that Bangladesh don't have a focus on circularity or the vision on sustainability, my friends, this is wrong. This data can clearly tell Bangladesh also have a vision, a strategy and mindset to do that. And that's why 2016-17, they were here with us. I personally taken them to so many places, they understand. Later on, last few months before, 4 months before, there is a group of 10 recyclers from all over the world visited Bangladesh. We had also arranged that roadshow along with the Passion for Good, all the famous recycling companies. And once we finished this roadshow, I had a personal discussion with them. I said them that when you are going to establish those recycling plants, and they said we have a lot of barriers in Bangladesh. So I will not prolong all this discussion here. Just 2 points. If I summarize, first of all, we need government support to bring the second-hand garments over here. Second thing is to establish the recycling plant. We need policy support from the government, and that policy support could be in so many ways. Low-cost financial loan to them. Our government have a vision of economic zone, BEZA, BEFZA, a lot of things, maybe some land, maybe some support. But if we don't do this one, then even we bring a lot of pre-consumer waste or post-waste, we will not able to do this recycling in Bangladesh. So, my friends, what I want to emphasize that Circular Economy Summit today is not just a summit which is happening for creating the awareness, but also we need a lot of action for that. And the action, you all have a responsibilities to play. I always say one word, and this is my most favorite word in all my documentary, you will say, that we all have to work together to bring the change. We always tell that we need to change the world. But my friends, who is going to come and change the world? The change starts from you. The change starts from me. So all of you sitting in this room, because you believe circularity is important things to do, so I will request that please play your own role rather than complaining to someone else. I try to do my role, whatever I can in a small capacity of service. I can't change the world alone, but I at least try to do it, whatever I can do it. So let's see a small video, what Bangladesh Apparel Exchange is doing last 10 years, how we evolve this transformation and change. I want to show a video of our journey last 10 years.
Apparel initiative in Bangladesh, promoting sustainable growth in Bangladesh's apparel industry. Let's take a look back at our journey of 10 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform with the prime focus on facilitating green solutions and sustainable manufacturing. Denim Innovation Night, first ever denim-focused innovative fashion show highlighting the capabilities of Bangladesh in innovative design. Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, the ultimate platform for discovery, networking, and learning, providing the scope to learn about the cutting-edge developments in the apparel and textile industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, a platform that enables industries to apply circular economy protocols and design circular solutions. Bangladesh Climate Action Forum, an international conference to address the crucial impact of climate change and take collective action. Best of Bangladesh, our global platform to brand Bangladesh, its culture, economy, industries, and limitless possibilities to the world. Made in Bangladesh Week, one of the largest events focusing on the Bangladesh apparel industry. The week-long event focuses on various aspects of our sustainable initiatives, from various events like Dakar Apparel Summit, Dakar Apparel Expo, Green Factory visits, and so on, continuously striving to contribute to society, raise industry awareness, and demonstrate our focus on sustainability, circularity, and transparency. Our events have got huge attention from all over the world, attracting 85,000 plus national and international participants from 50 plus countries, 650 plus delegates, and 2,000 plus companies until now. Looking ahead, we will continue extending our reach beyond borders to promote capacity and capabilities of our RMG industry as we have done for 10 years. For us, the journey of revolutionizing the apparel industry of Bangladesh has just started. Join us and be part of the exciting future that we build together.
So sometimes when I see these videos, like 10 years gone to doing these things, so sometimes I myself don't realize that it's been 10 years and I had done all these things with along of your support. And it's a wonderful journey. So what I was saying, my friends, that you all have a role to play. Please do not hands up and say that government will do that, private sector will do that, buyers will do that, NGO will do that, and country will do that. And as you've seen in the video, we had played our role. I urge all of you that you also play some role to achieve a collective action and collective vision of this country. And it's a goal for all of us. This will be my request to all of you. I will not prolong. Lot of things would like to say. Usually I finish my speech in 2 to 3 minutes, and I got a lot of SMS, email last few months. I was absent in last 2 summit and also in Denim Expo. My sincere apology to Honorable Minister. I'm very sorry that I was not able to present there. Also Honorable ex-President BGMEA. You've been always inspiration for me. As I said, I was absent over there. I'm facing some physical challenges also. This time comes that you all take over slowly. I'm also getting old when you see these pictures and now. So you all need to realize that also. You won't get me like before, running like a running Mustafiz. I'm a little bit slowing down also myself. Next year will be more slowing down. So I will say that my last thing is that today this event would not happen when we are talking about roles, responsibilities, collective actions, shared responsibility, and partnership. I'm in the manufacturing last 25 years. I think 1, 2, 3 common word I hear from the people about that shared responsibility, isn't it? I think Sohan Bhai is there, Kumar Bhai is there. This is the word we always hear: shared responsibility, partnerships, and all these things. So a true example of the partnership is GIZ and Michael. I will say that this event, I was really not sure whether I should do it second Circular Economy Summit or not. For various reasons, I was not sure to continue this event. And I had a chat with Michael one day, and Michael said that you have to continue your work, you have to do this. And I will give a big thanks to Michael personally for inspiring me to continue this work. And also, GIZ had taken a big portion of these responsibilities and shared responsibility over there. I would also like to say big thanks to Thais and to the United Embassy of Netherlands, United Kingdom of Bangladesh. Netherlands Embassy was our supporter from 2014. If you look into our initiative last 10 years, from day one, they are there. Without their support, it would not happen. This time also, they came forward, they had shown their partnership, and they had put their financial support to do this event. One of the things I would like to share, my friends, don't take it otherwise, to doing this kind of work need money. We have to pay the money for the hotel, we have to pay the money for the food, money for the things, and obviously we work for complimentary, but there is a cost involvement, and the cost needs to be shared. So this time I was a little bit reductive and very much decided that if my work create value, I need also support and real partnership. So Dutch Embassy and GIZ had really shown this partnership, and without their support, it would not happen. Trust me. This time I was so much determined and that whether I should continue this work or not. So I'm a big thanks to them. And the last thing is we are going to, I think Thijs will say that, and the Embassy of Netherlands and one university in Netherlands and BE is going to start a new program of textile hackathon. This will be the first time with the BUFT, sorry, sitting here. So this will be first time a kind of educational program to finding the challenges and the way forward. It will kick off today and it will continue 1 year. So this is our new initiatives on circularity, supported by the embassy and also with the BFT and the university in Netherlands. So you all, I hope, will like and to contribute over there also. And we have a very busy day. We have 4 panel discussion. We have workshop. We have a lot of international speakers. We have speakers from H&M, Gogon. H&M also had supported us today. We got tremendous support from H&M, and they've also obviously support this event from day one, this time also like that. And there are also brands sitting, Inditex, Elcourt, Caviar. A lot of friends are sitting over here, they're supporting there. So without this kind of support, please remember one thing, continuation of these initiatives is not possible. If you want to make it sustainable, if you want to make it long time going, I need more and more support, more and more contribution, shared responsibility, true partnership, and then only we can achieve the goal of $100 million. That's all. Conclude my early morning speech. I hope I didn't talk much today. The last thing is, we always talk about branding Bangladesh. When I started my career in the apparel industry after finishing my study in 1999, the first word I hear my job, that is, we need to brand Bangladesh. And still now I am hearing the same thing, that we need to brand Bangladesh. So Bangladesh Apparel Exchange took some action and initiative to do that. It's a small part of our action, but we need more collective actions. We need more and more collaborations. If we do that, we can do much more things. I will conclude my talk by showing a video, and we have honorable ministers and other important persons, they will speak. Let's see the video. And once again, thank you so much for being here today in spite of your so much busy schedule. I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Welcome to the best of Bangladesh.
In Europe.
I have many more things to offer to this industry and my country, Bangladesh.
The Netherlands is honored to have been a long-standing partner of Bangladesh.
Best of Bangladesh is not an event, it's a process.
Please see Bangladesh, come to Bangladesh, invest in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has emerged as the fastest growing economy in the world.
It's a great initiative, it's very good organized, great location, so that also gives a good atmosphere, so well done.
I see a number of people, new faces, which is quite interesting for us as an exhibitor to connect the dots.
Being at this event really makes me feel part of Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafizuddin, for those inspiring words. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Jan Janowski, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh, to deliver his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jan Janowski.
Shubho Shakal, good morning. I think, Mustafis, you have already thanked everybody in the room, so I will not do that in all details, but of course, thank you to you for organizing this together with our German development implemented here by GIZ. Michael was already thanked for. I also have to, of course, personally thank you, and it's good to be also here with you, Thijs, to have another partner on our side in this journey. And of course, Honorable Minister, very honored to be here with you, and Honorable former BGMEA President. It's good that we're here together to talk about something very important. Let me begin by stating the very obvious. Given the limitation of resources on the one hand side and the growth of economies on the other hand, and populations also, moving from a linear economy to a circular economy has become a sheer necessity worldwide. But I still think there are few places in the world where this simple truth can be felt more than here in Bangladesh, where we have scarce natural resources and rich population. In a circular economy, products and materials are kept in circulation through processes like maintenance, reuse, refurbishment, remanufacture, recycling, and composting. The circular economy tackles one of our greatest challenges in the world, climate change, and other global challenges like biodiversity loss, waste and pollution, by decoupling economic activity and thus growth from the consumption of those finite resources that I just talked about. I'm very proud that our German development cooperation here in Bangladesh, in this case implemented by GIZ, is centered around several intervention areas such as renewable energy and energy efficiency, sustainable urban development, socially and environmentally sound supply chains, trade and sustainable infrastructure, and biodiversity. And in fact, all of these single areas of interventions have direct links with today's topic, the circular economy, and thus strengthening the circular economy here in Bangladesh. Over the past decades, we have tried to set examples and give advice on where the sustainability path for Bangladesh might lead to. And especially the private sector and the government of Bangladesh were our equal partners in this. However, Germany can only play a supportive role towards the circular economy goal, while the steering role lies, of course, with the government of Bangladesh, and I think that's why it's so important that Honorable Minister is here today. And many initiatives have to come directly, of course, from the private sector, people like most of you present here today. And I must say, every time I've arrived more than close to 2 years ago now, every time I engage with the private companies here, with the private sector, I'm really excited and I'm really amazed by our level of engagement, the discussions we're having, and your vision to propel forward your companies, but also Bangladesh as a country in general. And I must say also, with the new cabinet, we see a very, very positive trend in our engagements. Key figures at key ministries such as Commerce, Ministry of Finance, but also the line ministries such as Textiles and Jute are really engaging with us on a much more intense level than before. And it is high time for Bangladesh to think about more ambitious reforms. Too much of Bangladesh growth in the past has damaged the beautiful environment of Sundor, Bangladesh in a non-sustainable way. I myself have witnessed mighty river dolphins swimming in really gross waste water that had a very unpleasant color. And all of us, whether we are rich or poor, whether we are Bangladeshi or Bideshi, we all breathe the same air that is unfortunately very polluted. To put it more drastic, every illegal brick here is being manufactured. It lines the pockets of one person, but the cost of it, the real cost of it, we all have to bear together. Waste and pollution do not exist by accident, of course. It is also the result of policy and design decisions. Certainly, business sits at the heart of the transition to a circular economy, and in Bangladesh, they're often leading the way as pioneers in different sectors. But of course, institutions, governments, and cities play also a very crucial role in creating and enabling conditions for a circular economy, as Mustafis just said. So they set the direction, and they can also be the drivers of innovation and investment. I have talked to many mayors and local leaders who want to lead the way, but they need the policy framework to do so. In Germany, the German Circular Economy Act was already enacted in 2012, so already 12 years ago, and it defined circular economy within Germany as the prevention and utilization of all sorts of litter and waste. There's also, of course, the EU Circular Action Plan that aims to make sustainable products the norm in the European Union and thus ensure less waste, and I'm sure our good friend Charles Whiteley, the ambassador of the EU, will talk about this in much more detail later. But thankfully, also in Bangladesh, there are very good initiatives that we are supporting. The 8th five-year plan of Bangladesh government refers to circularity from an environmental perspective. We also congratulate the Ministry of Commerce for including circularity approaches to post-industrial waste in their draft export policy. In this regard, I also welcome the initiative by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change that has presented a 100-day work plan to reduce air pollution, plastic pollution, reservoir filling, and hill cutting. I especially welcome that the Honorable Minister, our good friend Sabar Chaudhuri, has set the course as a whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach that brings all relevant stakeholders on board in this. Materials used for our built environment, like buildings, roads, infrastructure, and other human-made features, have significant contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. An estimate says a circular economy could reduce global CO2 emissions from building materials by 38% until 2050. By raising energy efficiency and switching to renewable energy, we can do something, but it can only be part of the story. It is vital to address also the rest of emissions to reach net zero. For that, we need to change the way we make and use products, materials, and food altogether. And while all sectors have to be a part of this, for Bangladesh's economy, at the moment, of course, the focus here has to be on the RMG sector, and I'm happy to see many of you here represent that sector today. Each year, millions of tons of clothes are produced, worn, and thrown away. Those are burned or buried in landfills. To solve the problem, we must redesign the way we produce our clothes and use them. I'm therefore especially happy that today's event focuses especially on this enormous challenge. In general terms, the implementation of more sustainable production, as it is being regulated in many of the global markets, is also relevant for enabling growth in exporting to those markets. By anticipating and fulfilling regulatory obligations regarding social and environmental compliance and transparency, as well as safety regulations. This will be, I cannot stress this enough, instrumental for Bangladesh if it wants to graduate and enjoy access to GSP Plus access in the EU. So as part of supporting Bangladesh to be future-proof, a strong commitment towards more circular industries is a relevant business case. The project of German Development Cooperation that is co-organizing this event today is coming to an end this month. Its focus included working with the Department of Environment and drafting and preparing, among others, chemical management rules, updating hazardous waste management rules, but also piloting an online monitoring system for effluent treatment plants in the RMG industry. A follow-up project will start in July already and continue to engage in these processes to strengthen the readiness for international and EU sustainability requirements in trade. So Germany and the German embassy, GIZ, we're really on your side in this journey. This means we will remain committed in the coming years to work together with you to advance this agenda forcefully. Before I close, let me touch on one further focus area of today's discussions, namely the steering and enhancement of recycling of post-industrial waste in RMG, what is described, I was told in Bangla, as jute. I had to learn myself that jute and jute is not the same. Another important raw material, of course, in Bangladesh, but two very different things. And I hope many more of my Bideshi colleagues will come to this epiphany through the conference and the relevant panel today. I was told that in the 1990s, ready-made garment factories in Bangladesh would pay someone to dispose of such cutting waste. Around that disposal process, small and bigger businesses emerged, which were then sorting, cleaning, sorting again, and eventually forwarding the waste to other businesses, or even try to export sorted waste for recycling. Currently, jute is a resource that is being traded and can be considered a valuable resource for the industry, considering recycling efforts towards a more circular economy. Just last week, I went to a fashion show by a Bangladeshi label, Zurhem, and they also had a lot of their fashion now includes these materials, and that is very high-end fashion that is also being exported. But challenges, of course, exist. The safety and health conditions in the sorting clusters, let it be dust, lighting, fire hazards, they are not there where they should be. The very tight profit margins in this industry also lead, unfortunately, still to very low wages in general for all of those who are engaged in the sector. All of this and more in much better words than I can find, you also find in a very relevant publication that is developed through a project together here again by German Development with H&M, and that will be discussed later in the day today. Without giving too much away of that content, I can tell you it's a very useful read with very many practical recommendations for Bangladesh, and I encourage everyone to read it and draw some lessons from it. And also let me add from a personal note, based on my experiences here, having visited the sector, let's not lose focus on child labor. While Bangladesh has made enormous strides in many areas to eradicate child labor, in the export sectors especially, we all know that especially in the precarious sectors that we're talking about, there's still much work to be done so that every child can enjoy the present and the childhood and the future it deserves. In conclusion, investing in sustainable production and circular industries is not only a responsible business decision, but also a strategic one that can position Bangladesh further as a leader in sustainable manufacturing and enable its industries to thrive in the global marketplace, including in Germany and the EU. This will be instrumental, let me stress it once again, given the many challenges Bangladesh will be facing when graduating from LDC status in negotiating with the EU for continued GSP Plus preference access. And you've seen the European elections a few days ago. This will not be an easy journey. I cannot stress this enough. With this being said, I wish this forum very fruitful exchanges, happy discussions, and thank you for inviting me. Have a beautiful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janowski, for your contributions. Now let's hear from Mr. Thijs Woodstra, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thijs Woodstra.
His Excellency, Minister Jahangir Kabir Nanak, Minister for Textiles and Jute, my friend Jan from Germany, Mr. Siddique Rahman, former President of BDMA, and of course Mustafis. We've been already from the Netherlands already 10 years a partner of Mustafis, embarked upon this journey, and we are proud to be a partner of Mustafis and its endeavors as well when we are here at this circular economic summit. And why are we here? Of course, because for instance, your esteemed guest, Shubha Sukal, wassalamu alaikum, good morning to you all, and very pleased to be here. My name is Thijs Woodstra, Deputy Head of Mission of the Netherlands Embassy in Dhaka, and indeed already engaged for a long time in garment and circularity. And why are we here? Because Bangladesh, of course, the garment industry is a true powerhouse. Bangladesh is the second apparel producer at the global stage. It employs millions of people and accounts for 45% of the industrial employment in Bangladesh. Of course, it's a vital part of the economy, but it also has a very large environmental footprint, and that holds a challenge as well as creating opportunity for the Bangladeshi garment industry. Bangladesh is nearing LDC status, so the stage where Bangladesh is competing is changing from EBA, everything but arms regime with the European Union, to competing with countries with free trade agreements with your major trading partners. And that has to relate to a shift of change. And this change presents a remarkable opportunity embracing circularity. And we as the Netherlands, we are proud to be a front runner in implementing a circular economy. Over the past decades, the Netherlands has reduced our reduction rate by 50% since 1980. 80% of our waste is separated, and only 2.3% of the Dutch waste ends up in landfill. And the rest is recycled, upcycled, minimizing waste and maximizing resource utilization. And the Netherlands is not stopping here. We have set a clear ambition to be a full circular economy by 2050. And we can believe that this expertise can be invaluable for Bangladesh in order to increase circularity in Bangladesh as well. By working together, we can unlock the full potential of circularity, benefiting Bangladesh economy and garment industry. And indeed, yesterday we read in the papers that a call from was to reduce VAT on recycled fibers and garments. It also is a call, and I'm not treating into Bangladeshi internal politics, of course, but it's also a call that circularity lives. And circularity is not only for the industry and garment, it's also for governments, international partners. We can work together in order to increase circularity in Bangladesh. A crucial element towards that is formalize the currently informal post-industrial waste management. And after this session, we have the formalization of the jute sector, which of course, the jute sector, I'm not sure how I pronounce it, but the jute sector, integrating that seamlessly into the existing Bangladesh RMG supply chain will play a vital role in Bangladesh textile recycling industry. Bangladesh can unlock a significant and sustainable source of raw materials and move one step towards circularity. Another aspect is traceability, exploring and contextualizing the ways to integrate robust traceability systems throughout the supply chain will ensure the origin and quality of materials, meeting the regulations and consumer demands for increased transparency and environmental aspects. To achieve this, we want to collaborate with key stakeholders in sharing knowledge, exploring and piloting sustainable models, fostering business partnerships, and establishing strong government-to-government ties for more contextualized policies and procedures for Bangladesh. Knowledge cooperation between Bangladeshi institutions like BUFT and Dutch counterparts like the University of Groningen to establish the Circle Hub will help to bridge the gap and share best practices in circular RMG production. This hub will also organize a hackathon to contextualize circularity for Bangladesh textile and RMGs from the beginning to finished goods. This collaboration will extend beyond knowledge sharing. Key stakeholders will join forces with the Netherlands Enterprise Agency for outgoing trade missions from Bangladesh to the Netherlands, connecting Bangladeshi garment owners, waste management experts, and government officials with their Dutch counterparts. And additionally, a Circular Economy Week will showcase successful circular RMG initiatives in Bangladesh, connecting Bangladeshi businesses with Dutch technology providers. We will also explore common ground for supportive policy environment. There are examples that we can share that help Netherlands to become more circular, like the Dutch Extended Producer Responsibility Policy. This multi-pronged approach, driven by joining hands with key stakeholders, will pave the way for a sustainable future for Bangladesh RMG sector. The Netherlands envisions a future where Bangladesh and the Netherlands are not just trading partners, but partners in sustainability, solidifying Bangladesh's position as leader in responsible garment factory for the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, at the closing of my words, I would like to extend to you all the good luck and success at this meeting. Meet and greet, exchange ideas, be innovative in your approaches, and I hope to see you again here next year at the next Circular Economy Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thijs Hoekstra, for your thoughtful remarks. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, former president of BGMEA, to share his perspective with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Siddiqur Rahman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Jahangir Kobir Nanok, MP, Honorable Minister of Textile and Jute, Government of People Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Thijs, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh, Mr. Inoski, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh, Mr. Mustafiz Uddin, Founder and CEO Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, representative from brands and retailers, labor leaders, my fellow industry colleagues, representative from development partners, speakers of the summit, dear journalists, brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and its founder, Mr. Mustafizuddin, for organizing the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit for the second year. He has been working for the sustainable development of Bangladesh apparel industry for more than 1 decade. We are really proud of him. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh apparel industry has come a long way. The journey of our industry was not been smooth, but every time a challenge came, we not only overcame it successfully, but also took the industry to the next level. Our apparel industry is maintaining highest compliance standard and environmentally friendly production process. The apparel entrepreneurs of the country are also increasingly investing the sustainable practices. The apparel factories in Bangladesh are now a role model in sustainability. There are more than 200 green factories are in Bangladesh, LEED certified by the United States Green Buildings Council. About 500 more garments factories are waiting in the line for achieving the LEED certifications. Bangladesh is also focusing on circular economy, reducing, reusing and using recycling materials in the industries. Circularity in the fashion is still at a beginning stage. So, the collaboration between brands and manufacturers is very important to promote the circular fashion. We also need support from the developing countries for the know-how and technologies. In apparel recycling, Bangladesh exports about 60% of apparel products to the European countries. We are aware that a number of European Union legislation are coming to be enacted in the coming years that will make circular contents in apparel products mandatory. Both Germany and Netherlands are two largest apparel exporting destination countries for Bangladesh. So I would like to invite Honorable Deputy Head of Mission of the both embassies present here today to work closely with the industry for this transition from linear to circular model. আমরা এই বাংলাদেশে গার্মেন্টস ইন্ডাস্ট্রি 80-এর দশকে হাঁটি হাঁটি পা করে আমরা আজকে কিন্তু এই জায়গায় এসেছি, যেখানে $12,000 দিয়ে আমরা শুরু করেছিলাম, সেখান থেকে আজকে 47 বিলিয়ন এই গত বছর আমরা রপ্তানি করেছি। এই রপ্তানির মূল পার্টনার হলো ইউরোপিয়ান ইউনিয়ন এবং ইউএসএ। নিউ মার্কেটে আমরা এখন 20%-এর মতো রপ্তানি করি, আগে অলমোস্ট 100% আমরা রপ্তানি করতাম। এখানে আমাদের কিন্তু অনেক বাধা এসেছে। 2006-এ আমাদের অনেক একটা ফ্যাক্টরি পড়ে গিয়েছিল, তারপরে রানা প্লাজা হয়েছে, তাজরিনের ঘটনা ঘটেছে, অনেক ঘটনা ঘটেছে, তারপরে অ্যাকর্ড অ্যালায়েন্স, এখনও আরএসসি নামে আমাদের দেশে এই কমপ্লায়েন্সের জন্য আমরা কাজ করি। আমরা কিন্তু প্রতিনিয়ত মালিকরা কাজ করে যাচ্ছে কমপ্লায়েন্সের জন্য। আমরা কিন্তু এই রিইউজ বা রিসাইক্লিং এগুলো কিন্তু বায়ারের ডিমান্ডের জন্য করি না, আমাদের নিজেদের দেশের প্রয়োজনেও কিন্তু আমরা করি, এবং এগুলো কিন্তু আমাদের মালিক ভাইয়েরা নিজেরা তাদের উদ্যোগেই করে। অতএব আমি মোস্তাফিজকে আশ্বস্ত করতে চাই, সে তার বক্তৃতায় বলেছেন যে আমরা বিদেশ থেকে আমাদের গার্মেন্টসগুলো আবার ফেরত আনবো, এখানে আমরা রিসাইকেল করে সুতা করব। হ্যাঁ, আমি এটাকে অবশ্যই ওয়েলকাম করি। আমাদের এখানে 2-1টা ফ্যাক্টরি অলরেডি হয়েছে এবং আরও অনেক হবে। আমরা সেখানে সরকারের পক্ষ থেকে এই গার্মেন্টস খাত আজকে 84% রপ্তানি করে শুধুমাত্র এই গার্মেন্টস খাত, এবং এখানে 40 লক্ষের উপরে শ্রমিক ভাই বোনেরা কাজ করে। তারপরে আপনার ব্যাকওয়ার্ড ফরওয়ার্ড লিঙ্কেজ মিলাইলে প্রায় 5 কোটি লোক এটার সাথে জড়িত। আমাদের ব্যাংক, ইন্স্যুরেন্স, ট্রান্সপোর্ট যা কিছুই বলেন না কেন সব কিছুই কিন্তু এই গার্মেন্টস খাতকে তথা টেক্সটাইল খাতকে ঘিরেই কিন্তু হচ্ছে, এটা অস্বীকার করার কিছু নাই। আমরা যে কোনো চ্যালেঞ্জ মোকাবেলা করে এই পর্যন্ত এসেছি। যেমন আমাদেরকে প্রথমেই চাইল্ড লেবারের ইস্যু ধরা হয়েছিল, আমরা কিন্তু সেটাও ওভারকাম করেছি। যখন অ্যাকর্ড হয়েছিল তারপরে আমাদেরকে অনেক কিছু শিখিয়েছে, এবং 2015 থেকে আজকে 2024 পর্যন্ত আমরা কিন্তু তাদের সাথে একত্রে কাজ করে যাচ্ছি। আমরা যে কোনো কাজ করতে রাজি, আমরা করছি, আমাদের মালিক ভাইয়েরা করছে, ইনভেস্টমেন্ট করতেছে, কিন্তু বায়াররা প্রাইস বাড়াচ্ছে না। এইখানে আমরা যে ইনভেস্টমেন্টগুলো করছি সেখানে আমি কি পাচ্ছি সেটাও কিন্তু একটা বিষয়। আমরা কিন্তু আর পারতেছি না, এখানে ব্র্যান্ডের অনেকেই আছে। আই উইল রিকোয়েস্ট টু অল দ্য ব্র্যান্ড, প্লিজ ইনক্রিজ ইউর প্রাইস এ লিটল, at least a little, then we can survive. Otherwise we cannot survive, and we are your partner. We are working as a partner. There are a lot of buyers, we are working as a partner. You can visit any factory anytime, we are allowing. But so many countries, we cannot visit any factory of their countries. So we are very much transparent, we are very much open. So Bangladesh is the most sustainable and reliable partner, and Bangladesh is the most reliable country also. Government is always with us. They are helping us. Anytime, anything, we are going to our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she is solving that problem. So our Prime Minister is with RMG sector, so we are proud of her and we must grateful to her. So please increase little bit price. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, for your valuable insights. Finally, I'm honored to invite our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Mr. Jahangir Kabir Nanok, MP, Ministry of Textile and Jute, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, to address the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister.
Second Bangladesh Circular Economic Summit, organized by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Here a special guest, my dear brother, Mr. Siddiqur Rahman, former President of BGMEA, and Honorable Trade and Industries Affairs Secretary of Bangladesh Awami League Central Executive Committee. Thais Wad Esra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh. Sorry, Thais Wad Esra, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh. Mr. Jan Januski, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Germany in Bangladesh. Mr. Mustafiz Uddin, Founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, BAE. Representatives from apparel brands and manufacturers, representatives from development partners, dear journalist friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning to you all. First of all, I consider myself very fortunate to be present here at the second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. I would like to thank Bangladesh Apparel Exchange BAE for inviting me today. The BAE also invited me as a chief guest in the 16th edition of Bangladesh Denim Expo held in Dhaka last month. So it's really inspiring to see that entrepreneurs are working relentlessly for the sustainable growth of Bangladesh apparel industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh apparel industry has come a long way. The apparel industry accounts for about 84% of the country's total export. Its share in the national GDP is about 11%. About 4 million workers are employed in the apparel sector, of whom around 70% are women. So the development of our country largely depends on the success of its apparel and textile industries. There have been tremendous safety improvements in the industry in the last 1 decade. It's also heartening to see the country's apparel industry is taking a lead in environmentally friendly business. There are more than 200 green garments factories in the country at present. Our apparel entrepreneurs are indeed charismatic. They have built the apparel industry of $47 billion. BGME has also set the vision of achieving $100 billion export target by 2030. The present government, led by our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has been making all-out efforts for the industrial growth. The infrastructural development like metro rail, elevated expressway, the new airport third terminal, 100 special economic zones, all signify the importance the government is giving to create the conducive environment for the country's economic and industrial growth. Dear audience, while we will be growing, we also want to make sure the growth is sustainable. We cannot grow at the cost of environment. We have only one earth, so it's our responsibility to take care of it, to protect it for our future generations. That's why circular economy, reducing, recycling and reusing, the important. We have to ensure optimum use of our resources. I believe that like Bangladesh, apparel industry took the lead in safety, the lead in building green garments factories. The industry will be also a pioneer in circular fashion. For that collaboration will be the key. Without the collaboration between manufacturers, brands, labor organizations, the government, the development partners, as well as the media, true progress of Bangladesh apparel industry will not be possible. Any party cannot alone make any difference. It is the concerted efforts of all stakeholders that can only transform Bangladesh apparel industry into more sustainable and circular one. Finally, I thank you all once again, and I wish every success of the second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for enlightening us with your vision and support. I would like to request all the guests to kindly remain seated on stage as we have an exciting announcement today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be launching a report on Fashion Circular Economy and Summit of Bangladesh by Mr. Mostafisuddin. Requesting His Excellency Charles Whiteley, EU Due Diligence and Legislations on Circularity, to please come up on stage. Head of Delegation from the Delegation of the European Union in Bangladesh, to please come up on stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on stage His Excellency Charles Whiteley, Head of the Delegation from the Delegation of the European Union in Bangladesh as well. Can we please have a round of applause? This report is on Fashion, Circular Economy and Bangladesh by Mr. Mostafisuddin.
Just 1 minute. I just forgot to thank my team. I would like to say a big thank you to my team who had worked very hard for this event. I forgot on my speech. I realized when I was sitting. So please put a big clap for my team who worked very hard for this.
The excitement announcements are not over yet. There's one more. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Thijs Woudstra to officially launch the Circular Textile Hackathon. Requesting the remaining guests to please be seated on stage. Requesting our opening plenary session guests to please remain seated on the stage. Mr. Thijs Woudstra requesting you to launch the Circular Textile Hackathon. This innovative challenge invites the youth of Bangladesh to develop circular solutions for the textile industry.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and your esteemed guest. Minister, sorry to keep you somewhat longer. ex-president of BGMIA, ambassadors, chargé d'affaires, sorry to keep you somewhat longer, but I have an announcement to make, and actually I'm very proud and thrilled to make the announcement, because I want to inaugurate the Circular Textile Hackathon. This is the first of its kind in Bangladesh, and it's a collaboration between BGMIA, the University of Fashion and Technology, and the University of Groningen, and the Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. These three parties are bringing together young minds to develop innovative solutions for a more sustainable fashion industry. We look forward to welcoming talented participants who will contribute their creativity and dedication to achieving our circularity goals. Their solutions will be instrumental in transforming Bangladesh's RMG sector into a leader in responsible and sustainable garment manufacturing. So watch this space for exciting announcements about the Circular Textile Hackathon. And now I'm also going to launch the third video of the day. I hope the sound will be not as loud as the last ones, but I hope you enjoy it. And please be inspired by the hackathon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waldstra, for introducing this fantastic initiative. Be sure to visit www.textilehack.com for more information and to register.
We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy, is also a major source of waste and pollution. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste are discarded, clogging our landfills and harming our environment. In Bangladesh, the heart of the global ready-made garment sector, the shift towards circularity is not just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Circular practices mean rethinking how we design, produce, and use textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry.
Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you very much, speakers, for such an enriching start to our summit. Now let's capture this moment with a group photograph before leaving this stage, requesting everyone on stage to gather around for a group photograph. Requesting Mr. Mustafizuddin to join the photograph as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a breakout session on mapping the way of RMG circularity has been organized at the Mollika Hall Level 2 of this hotel. Those who have received invitations for the breakout session are requested to proceed to the Mollika Hall through the main lobby entrance of the hotel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, a breakout session on mapping the way of RMG circularity has been organized at the Mollika Hall, level 2 of this hotel. Those who have received the invitations for the breakout session are requested to proceed to the Mollika Hall through the main lobby entrance of the hotel. As we dive into the first plenary session titled Formalizing the Informal Jute Sector, I invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. Ms. Gagan Bansal, Circular Innovation Lab, Material and Process Impact Manager from H&M Group. Ms. Rumi Akhtar, Research Associate, Center for Entrepreneurship Development, CED of BRAC University. And Mr. Asadun Noor, Coordinator, Global Switch to Circular Economy Project, UNIDO, Bangladesh. This session will be moderated by Dr. Michael Claude, Project Manager, Program for Sustainability in the Textile and Leather Sector, GIZ, Bangladesh. Taking a few minutes to set up the stage. Once again, requesting Ms. Gagan Bansal, Ms. Rumi Akhtar, and Mr. Asadun Noor to please come up on stage and take their seats, and requesting Dr. Michael Claude to kindly moderate this session. Michael, is that working? Okay.
Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Michael Claude from GIZ. Somewhere in the world, it's 11:29 right now. That's the time that we were given for the start. Here it's a bit later, so we will try to adjust a little bit to the timeline, but already anticipating our excuses for being a bit behind the schedule. Let me start by thanking all the colleagues from Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. that were involved in the preparation and organization of this event. Of course, led by Mustafis, and thanks to him for bringing us together here to discuss relevant topics. And of course, many thanks as well to our GIZ colleagues who were also involved in the preparation of this event. If you look around, either on your tables or in the lobby, you will find a QR code that refers to the study that we are trying to discuss today. Before introducing the fantastic panel, I would like to give a very brief presentation on the content of it. We have heard earlier in the speech of Jan Janowski that we had elections in Europe last Sunday. And for Germany, we can look at the results and see that almost 15% of the population is following a track that is against the European Union, right-wing approach. We can also look at 85% that are in favor of the European Union. But if we want to change something, it might make sense to look at these 15% and try to address their needs, their questions, their challenges, or find ways to engage with them. Similarly, we have heard already that Bangladesh has a fantastic success story, especially in this textile sector, but that shouldn't disallow us from looking at the spaces where we still can change things. And if we look at the jute sector, if we look at the recycling, waste management, and sorting sector, we should not think immediately only of BGMEA, BKMEA, and all the producers that are related to it. Basically, this discussion should be with the BTG-WPEA, whose president Farouk is here today. We're talking about textile and garment waste. And the association is then called Processing and Export Association. But it's somehow a different topic. Of course, it's related to the production and the supply chain and the value chain, but it's a different topic. And we have one big white elephant in any room, and it's a decision that not GIZ nor any of the panelists here is to take, but it's a decision that the government and the society of Bangladesh has to take. Do we look at that elephant or not? Do we change the public transport, the bus system? Do we look at the people who gain money from that? There are systems in this country that are bound to favor politicians, other stakeholders that have access to money, that claim informal ways of collecting money, of pressurizing people, and of channeling funds through informal and illegitimate means. It's not nice to say, but we say it out of interest to promote better outcomes for Bangladesh as a whole and for the specific technical elements that we are trying to discuss. So let's keep that in mind when we look at the results of this study. In the sorting and recycling business of Bangladesh, the way the textile scrap, the jute, comes out of the factories and ends up in sorting and processing facilities is often, depending on the region, depending on the location, non-transparent, informal, and run by middlemen. And probably some women, but let's call it middlemen. This is something we can decide to ignore, and we might be looking to a prosperous future anyways. But it's our firm conviction, and we will hear later whether this conviction is shared or not, but it's our firm conviction from the technical perspective that by including these informal systems in a formalized way, in a transparent way, everybody will gain. Everybody will make more money. And the conditions for the people that work in those industries will also get better. Together with H&M, we commissioned this study to address three main objectives that are related to the tensions that I've described earlier. First ambition, to create high-value circular opportunities for Bangladesh's textile sector. Second, to find inclusive solutions to the informal jute sector. Again, the win-win, to try to formalize the informal by not losing anyone, by providing options also to the ones that work in informal processes. And the third, to enable a just transition to circular textile value chains. This is very relevant because there is existing ecosystems that are focusing maybe on downcycling, on, you know better than me, on filling pillows, etc. We don't want, just transition means that we don't want to take something away from a population or workers or industries, small and medium, that are already existing. They have their own livelihood. It's not about taking that away and giving it to a more valuable chain, but rather to find ways to connect those intentions. We are aware, and we heard that today, and of the biographic elements that Mustafiz was describing for the last 10 years, that circular economy somehow is a major trend on the international level that we have to address. In our heads, it might be the focus on the waste management, how to transfer waste into resources. These are the small loops within circular processes. And of course, there is a bigger picture of ambitions towards a proper circular economy that starts from the design of products, from the energy and water and resource consumption during the production process until the end of life. Data is a little bit of a challenge. We are always speaking about around about 330,000 tons of available feedstock, cotton-based, for the industry here, which is a huge amount, and that could really also be a win-win situation to enable primary resources that are somehow built or existing inside Bangladesh. The study has identified three relevant headlines, I would say, that has to be addressed in a policy way or in a cooperative way, as we heard before. The challenge of receiving mixed or contaminated waste, so to segregate it, how to avoid that the cotton-based waste is not, let's say, dirty. Limited visibility, so the traceability is a challenge. We don't know exactly how much, where, and what is it from, especially if it comes through the middlemen into the system. And the compliance, of course, that is related to this informal trade. Such a database would help all of us to understand the waste composition, the quantity, the type, the color, these specifications that are relevant then for the further processing of the materials. As I said, currently there are different jute handling clusters across Bangladesh, and we will hear also from the study that the Copenhagen Business School and Brack University is doing, how this is even transboundary connected with Indian clusters as well. And we all know that for the downcycling, as I said earlier, mattress fillings, insulation materials, geotextiles, and lastly, there are also the incineration processes, of course, that go together with the jute. For the survey that is part of this study, 180 informal factories were visited and addressed. 150 of them are jute handlers and 30 are jute processors. And the inputs from 20 formal RMG factories, how they deal with their post-industrial waste, the cutting waste, has also been connected there. Traditionally, the handling of the jute, as many of you may know, is that there is a first party that has a direct access to the factory, either legal, contractual, or informal and maybe locally influential groups. They sell it then to the sorters. They give it to wholesale traders that try to sell it to other local sellers, or to exporters. So basically, we can structure it, it's not always like that, but basically there are these four steps of processing of the jute. And the idea is, if we want to address a policy solution for this space, to look into the four layers of processing. Again, we provided the QR code. You can all read the study. There are fantastic graphs there as well. Patrick Schröder, who is one of the co-authors of this study, is here in the room. You will hear from him later as well. Samuel, who is also one of the co-authors, is unluckily not here today. But we are happy also to engage in further questions that you may have. We are aware that what do we do then with the jute? The global supply chain has a robust interest in getting feedstock and getting inputs for their own processing so they can document a proper recycling process. You will also hear later from recyclers that are operating on that very high level, where the materials that they receive are clean and are not passing through the sorting and processing part. But in general, in Bangladesh, the focus is on mechanical recycling that can include the shredding of the material to make cotton again. Of course, upcycling is one of the paths. Then the thermomechanical process to make resins from polyester fabric. And what many of the sorters try to do eventually is to bleach out the color. If it's cotton-based, to look at as white as possible again. Currently, the existing exporting scheme from these businesses goes mainly towards India and Asian markets beyond India, but also 20% goes to Europe and 7% to the United States of America. So it's existing supply chains that have an export and an international sphere. The idea, of course, would be to make it more profitable to sell it in, or use it within Bangladesh. The gender dimensions that we identified in these processes relate to the presence of child labor, to the presence of women of advanced age that have a very low salary, limited access to sanitation facilities, limited use of PPE. We heard earlier dust, noise, etc., fire hazard. Yeah, it's a challenging space, but we're all here to try to find a healthy way to engage with it. To finalize this very intense wrap-up, the authors have proposed 6 main policy recommendations that I would like also to share with the panel. The first one is to incorporate data availability, transparency, and traceability into the systems. So how much do we produce, how much is being channeled into these sorting facilities, etc. Introduce industry guidelines for jute management and recycling standards. Implement changes in VAT and tariff rules for the jute transactions, so to make them more formal, but also to make them more easier to make them formal. Provide economic incentives to formalize collection, handling, and sorting. A central depository system or a hub for decent work and social inclusion, because there is a challenge in this part of the industry. And to impose investment environment for state-of-the-art recycling technologies, which might even include chemical recycling facilities, but we know that this is very expensive, and we will hear now from the esteemed panel what is maybe a priority, what is a reaction to the findings of our study, what are their own findings, what are their own interests. Please allow me to sit down and I will introduce them to you. Thank you very much. Now? Yes. Good afternoon again. Sorry for the long introduction, but I think it was relevant at least for us to share some of the motivations also for this study. First of all, I'm very happy to welcome Rumi Akhtar here in representation of the joint project that the Copenhagen Business School and the Breck University CED is engaged in, and we're all looking forward to the results in the next couple of weeks. It's also a great pleasure to have Gagan Bansal here from H&M. She's the Circular Innovation Lab Material and Process Impact Manager of the H&M Group. That is also a good title for an abbreviation. Then we have Azadun Noor from UNIDO. You know that the Switch to Circular Economy project of UNIDO is together with the BAE study that Mustafiz was making reference before, the pioneer in addressing on the policy level the situation, let's say, of the circular economy approach in Bangladesh. Welcome to all of you. Unluckily, Nazim Sattar from the SME Foundation could not make it, but let me just say that the SME Foundation has a very robust assessment of many of the sectors that are relevant for this discussion, and it would be, we will try to find a way to incorporate the SME Foundation's view on these things later on. But now, without further ado, maybe we can start with you, Rumi. Probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I anticipate that the focus could be a little bit on how you perceive the just transition. So what happens with the existing clusters and how do they look like? What are their perspective? If you could elaborate a little bit on the content of your study.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. At first, I'd like to thank Michael and Mustafiz Bhai for inviting me to this forum discussion. So before I delve deep into the jute sector, let me give you a brief on our project. So CET Breck University is running this project titled Climate Change and Global Value Chains in the RMG and Textile Industry in Bangladesh and Europe. So we are co-partnered with 3 universities from Denmark, Copenhagen Business School, Aalborg University, and Roskilde University. So far, we have tried 4 aspects or dimensions of the apparel industry in this project. So some of my colleagues have worked in 3 parts of the project. Let me just give you an overview of that. First one is conceptualizing the role of climate change mitigation and adaptation in the RMG global value chains, and also we also mapped out the actors, the drivers, scope of practices, and relevant policy responses of the relevant stakeholders by interviewing them. So we mainly focused on government officials, development partners, and other relevant stakeholders. Secondly, we also looked into the effect of climate change on our RMG factories in terms of environmental upgrading, buyer-supplier relationship, sustainability. Third, which is very interesting, we also mapped the Bangladesh's slow fashion brands, which is just the opposite of the current trend of fast fashion. So the brands that typically describe themselves as long-lasting, sustainably manufactured clothes from sustainably sourced fabrics. And finally, the mapping of the jute sector, where I'm working on. So we have tried to map out the existing clusters in Bangladesh of the jute clusters, where we also include the relevant initiatives of the relevant stakeholders. So as Michael mentioned, I'm going to just give you 3 points of the jute clusters in Bangladesh. So first one is the structure of the cluster, the recycling cluster. Secondly, I'll talk about on the worker conditions on the cluster, and finally, policy implications for this sector. So the structure of the recycling cluster. We are basically trying to look into the recycling, RMG and textile recycling industry through the lens of global economic theories, for instance, global value chains and global recycling networks. So these are our theoretical framework for this study. So basically, GVC has 2 parts, GVC mapping and GVC analysis, which are based on 6 dimensions. For instance, there are 2 aspects of these dimensions. 3 are global and 3 are local. For instance, the global dimensions are geographical scope, lead firms, and its activities. And locally, we are also trying to look into the institutional context, the stakeholders, and the upgrading. I mean, what kind of upgradation is going on in the clusters? So we have taken so far 4 clusters that are exist in Bangladesh. The Mirpur cluster, Narayanganj cluster, Ghazipur cluster, and Pabna cluster. And interestingly, what we found that apart from the Pabna cluster, we have more or less similarities between these 3 clusters of Mirpur, Narayanganj, and Ghazipur. So, for instance, if you map this cluster in terms of GVC, so you look into the types of activities, types of products in the cluster. So in the Ghazipur cluster, we have found that there are approximately 2,000 to 3,000 shops are there, or maybe we can call them warehouses or SMEs. And the main activity, main products are, there are basically 2 markets, 2 separate markets. One market is for the bigger portion of clothes, which are known as the end of rolling, intact or half intact and cut pieces of clothes. And there is another separate market where you can find only the cutting and sewing scraps, which is basically known as jute scraps or the cotton clips. So the main activities of this cluster is sorting and exporting, because Ghazipur is the cluster where the export starts to other countries, especially to India and to some other European countries as well. And in the Mirpur cluster, there are about 200 to 300 shops are there, and the main products are knit and woven scraps, polyester scraps, and you can also find other waste that comes out from the garments with the jute. For instance, bobbin, needles, polypapers, carton, etc. But everything is sorted out there and everything is sold out to respective customers. So the main activities of this cluster is sorting, recycling, and reusing. Regarding the Narayanganj cluster, this is also the same to these 2 clusters that I mentioned. So there are around 300 shops are there. So you can find mostly knit and woven scraps there, and also rejected garments there. So main activities are sorting and recycling. Now coming to the Pabna cluster, which is very interesting. So Pabna cluster is basically the upcycling cluster of these jute scraps, where you can find basically, mostly the bigger portion of clothes, for instance, the intact or half intact and cut pieces, which ranges between 18 to 54 inches. And major activities of this cluster is to manufacture clothes from these scraps and export them to mostly in India, and now they have also a big market in Malaysia. So why is this important? Why I'm talking about this mapping of this cluster? Because when you map something through GVC, you can show each and every dot of the waste. For instance, where does it come from and where does it end? So one of the major findings of our study, I would say, is debunking the existing narratives of jute scraps that it goes to landfill. I would say it doesn't go to the landfill anymore. It was supposed to go to the landfill in previous years, but now I would say that less than 1% jute maybe goes to landfill, but it doesn't go to landfill. For instance, if you take into consideration the case of Mirpur cluster, if you go there, you will see that each and everything is sorted out, recycled, reused, and resold to respective factories or customers. Okay, so now I'll talk about the workers' conditions in the recycling chain, where we found similar sort of findings that the report that you have shared, Michael. For instance, the labor force in the recycling chain is very diverse. If we talk about the women workers who mostly work as sorters. So, for instance, women from age group of 16 to 65 years and even more, they work there. So why these people work there? Because if you consider, compare with the formal sector where they lack the formal education or formal sort of things, they lack it. And that's why these people are, I think, involved in this sector. So, and these people are not fit to work in the formal sector, because you can find old people, adolescent, women with children who has this sort of flexibility to work there. And there is also a division of labor between men and women workers. So women are the mostly sorting workers there. And the man workers, they basically do the rigorous jobs of loading and unloading the jute scraps. And regarding the wage, which Michael already mentioned, that it's very low. For instance, a sorting worker gets paid roughly 200 to 250 taka per day, which is 6,000 to 7,000 taka per month. Apart from these factors, we have also tried to look into the decent work conditions, which is not there. And they also suffer from some sort of physical barriers, I would say. Mostly they suffer from respiratory diseases, as they work in a very dusty place. And mostly the workers do not wear any face masks, or they do not wear any gloves. I mean, there are no protective measures to protect themselves from this dust or this dusty environment. So, and another point I missed out. So we are not just looking into this recycling chain in Bangladesh. As I mentioned, that we are also looking into the global recycling network. So there is regional mapping. We are also trying to look into that. For instance, we have colleagues from India and Pakistan as well who are working there. So we are trying to compare the clusters in Bangladesh and India. For instance, there is a cluster in Tirupur in India, which is, I think, in Tamil Nadu. So the jute scraps from Bangladesh actually is exported to that cluster, where they recycle it and make yarn out of it, and we import the yarns from there. So we are trying to also look into that, but that work is finished yet. And finally, regarding the policy implications, I do agree with Michael that the main policy or measure should be to ensure transparency and traceability of this sector, because this is the main requirement of these upcoming EU regulations and the brand requirements. So, and Bangladesh will definitely face this challenge if we do not align ourselves with these upcoming EU legislations, because EU is the major export destination of our country. And another finding of our research is that currently Bangladesh does not have any comprehensive strategy for garment and textile recycling. We do not even have any circular economy strategy. Maybe we have some sort of portion in, let's say, in our industrial policy, or maybe in export policy and some other acts. But we do not have a comprehensive strategy or policy for this sector. So the government should come, I mean, everyone, the relevant stakeholders should come forward and put forward an act or a policy to implement circularity. Because circularity can bring, reduce the import expenditure by 15% for Bangladesh. So that's a huge number. And lastly, I would say that this is just the beginning. This is not the end. And circularity does not just mean to recycle the jute scraps or the fabric scraps. There are other dimensions of it. Let's say focusing on renewable energy. So we should focus on that as well for our well-being and for the well-being of our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rumi. We're looking really forward to the release of that study. Now, Gagan, as H&M is a let's say, responsible for this study that we have shared through the QR code. And the question that comes a little bit also after looking at these working conditions, is there even a potential business case that allows for better conditions? And we wanted a little bit to contribute to a sort of baseline or to the conversation. It doesn't mean that this study will solve everything or address everything. It's just a meaningful contribution to the discussion. So what part of that discussion would you want to highlight?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. And what a great study, Rumi. Amazing. We will wait for that report too. So before I go into what we did with GIZ together, why we started off, I think I would like to share what is H&M Group's vision and where we started off with this discussion. H&M Group wants to move from linear to circular model. And as Rumi mentioned, circularity is not just about recycling. Circularity is circular supply chains, circular products, circular models. So we are not just talking circularity in terms of recycling. We are talking circularity in terms of our total business model that we have with H&M. And coming to the circular products in that part, so since we are not, we will be, I just wanted to share that circular products is one part of it. And in that one part, we have also set our vision that we want to use as less virgin materials as possible. So for 2025, we had set a 30% recycle goal, and today we are already on 25, 26%. But 2030, we aim to double that. We want to, or we aim to have 50% recycled materials in our products. And that's not because of any regulations that are coming, but that's our own aim, because we wanted to make sure that as we move forward, we try and use as less virgin resources as possible by utilizing the resources that we already exist in the environment. And that's where it all started off. And while we are doing this, while we set the ambition, without having any project reports or any deep dives, we thought it might be very easy. So in 2020, we started off and took a project where we said, okay, let's tell all our suppliers to send their waste to the recyclers. And in 2022, we have 80 suppliers already in that supply chain where we are already recording 8,500 tons of waste material going to the recyclers through Reverse Resources platform, which is also one of the new platform that came to say, okay, we can trace where the waste is going and where it is coming from and who's utilizing that. So we tried that also. And while doing this, we tried other projects like Unido, switch to circular economy. We went in and did plastics recycling project, and we are still doing that. We are also bringing some innovators like Cotton Poly innovators, CIRC, to Bangladesh to work with all the local stakeholders so that we can try and test those innovations here. But all this work, while it's happening, we also realized that we needed to do a proper study. And that's what it started off with GIZ. And I think it came out as a great report to some of the problems and the challenges that we were facing while we started this project. We knew that it's an informal sector, and it came out very visibly that while we were doing that project, that it's very difficult when we start doing those conversations to start collecting the waste and start sending it to certain recyclers that we want. So that was one of the first, and that's where the whole topic of today is formalizing the informal juice sector is. And the second one, which I think was very much highlighted, was that since Bangladesh does not have a circular policy or infrastructure or a framework on which we can build this, we need to have that. And when I'm talking about that, all other countries, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's China, whether it's Bangladesh, or whether it's India, I'm not saying that everybody else is running on it. Everybody else is also formulating and trying to understand what they can do towards it. So if you look at just how Vietnam is talking about it, they have already set the strategy. Turkey, they have already set the strategy, but it's on paper. It's still not got into a stage where it has become executional. China is already talking about textile waste goals by 2025 and 2030, which they need to utilize, but it's not started off as a real work. Whereas in Bangladesh, we have already started doing the studies, we have working on the projects, we have these forums, and all the stakeholders, NGOs and brands and different stakeholders in the government are coming together and working towards it. So I see progress in Bangladesh, but this is just the step one. We need to start working towards the step two, which is formulating the strategies towards how do we make sure that we bring this informal to a formal sector. And to that, we need to bring the incentivization discussion, where we have to remove taxes, we have to bring technologies from outside to Bangladesh only when Bangladesh is welcoming them, because mechanical recycling can reach only a stage. After that, it will not be able to grow because there are durability concerns as soon as we talk about mechanical recycling. So we need to switch towards new innovative technologies, which are there, but those technology, as Mustafa has mentioned in the speech before, we need to welcome them. We need to bring them here with the renewable energy setup that they are looking for, because they are right now looking and hunting countries where they have feedstock, plus they have renewable energy, to work towards it and see that can they set up the plants near to the production rather than being in Europe or US, which is far away, which might be a model coming up, but it won't be a scalable model. Scalable model will only happen in production. And that's why it's very important that we need to bring these aspects when we are talking about the GIZ report to take into action now going forward. Plus the last aspect which Rumi mentioned about the social and transparency. We are currently in the supply chains where we have fibers coming from polyester, recycled polyester, cotton, farming, and now we are heading towards a completely different ballgame, which is a recycling sector where the origin of the source is collection. The origin of the source is people involved in sorting. So we need to make sure that we have a complete focus towards that part also by formalizing this as an industry. And it's a great opportunity because it will bring new further employment in the industry, which could be formalized, which could be enhancing for the industry and can take it forward from here. So in all, I think I only see opportunities when I see GIZ. We started off with challenges, but then we went towards the recommendations, because those recommendations are the ones which will change the industry from where we are today. We have moved a lot, but we can still move further on. So I hope that all of us will come together and do that.
Thank you so much. Now we heard the voice of academia, we had the voice of a global brand, and now we will hear the voice of UNIDO as a policy advising institution and implementer of the Switch to Circular Economy project that works closely together with the government, especially the Ministry of Commerce, I think. So Asad, if you could just comment or criticize the study or disagree with certain findings, and maybe also shed lights on where you feel that there is energy to change, modify, amend, produce policies, strategies, or implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I like to take the opportunity to welcome you all on this session and congratulate GIZ and H&M for these wonderful publications and studies. So after hearing from Rumi and Gagan, it is difficult for me to pitching up a better voice among yourself and others to being the transitional strategy on the circular economy. But let me try best. So let's consider in a different way why this informality begins. As Rumi mentioned that this due to our social and economical conditions, our this kind of organic industries or supply chains are developed in Bangladesh. And fortunately or unfortunately, our economy is about 40% dependent to the GDP on these informal sectors as a whole. And just today morning, I came to know that there is a study on ILO, a study of ILO that they recommended or adopted a recommendation on informal transitions. They called it R204 regarding the transition of these informal sectors. And most importantly, Bangladesh is going to be a middle income country by November 24, 2026. Following the speech from Mustafiz Bhai and many other speakers from the inauguration sessions, we are feeling that Bangladesh, as a second largest producing country of RNG or textile, we are and very much needed to have some quick or efficient shift to these industries. And that is why we come to in the Switch to Circular Economy Value Chains project, and this is funded by European Union and Government of Finland. And we are supporting 3 value chains in the 3 countries. For Bangladesh, we are very much focused in textiles, and for Morocco, we are focusing on plastic, and for Egypt, we are focusing on ICT value chains. So why Switch came to this story is that very much connected with the upcoming regulations. You may know that last 27 May, European Commission adopted the ESPR formally, and later on they also adopted CSDDD formally. So these are the market guidelines or the directives we have to follow as a global chain actors, and for supporting or assuring our stake to the market of European Union and other countries, we are very much needed to adopt this kind of transformations. What is Switch to Circular Economy brings to us? For Bangladesh, yes, we are partnering, and we are happy to partnering with H&M and Bestseller in Bangladesh to support their suppliers, industries in terms of technology innovations, in terms of traceabilities, in terms of policy assistance for the government, in terms of capacity building, and as well as most importantly for financial inclusions, we have institutions called EIB with us, European Investment Bank, and just to re-echo our partners that our colleague from Chatham House will also present a presentation for a circular economy roadmap later on this event. And by this project, we are piloting some business cases, specifically how this circular transition could be a proper business case for the supply chain or value chain actors. Because from my understanding and our project approach, we believe that without any economic return or economic growth, it is very difficult or challenging for policymakers or the stakeholders also to maintain the efficient sustainability of a value chain or an economic shift. And by this project specifically, we had some studies also with the lead from Chatham House, and I also agree with Michael, your study recommendation. And of course, if the study and the sector is the same, we have the same feelings on that. And I appreciate your specific recommendation on that. And regarding on that studies by Switch to Circular Economy, we have found that following the European Union guidelines or directives, we need to shift our mind as soon as possible, because otherwise we will lose the market intention or market interest from Bangladesh, unfortunately. So what Switch is very much connected with today's discussion is that formalization of the jute collection process. We have a specific pilot on this jute collection or the informal collection system of the textile waste that is led by Bestseller, and we are partnering with BGMEA, and our traceability partner is Reverse Resource. And most importantly, to amplify our voice with the global stakeholders, GFA is with us. For this pilot specifically, we are trying to develop or initiate a research and studies for this blended cotton waste into a tangible and commercially viable product for our brand partner as Bestseller. And preparing on that, we need to onboard these informal sectors or semi-formal sectors, I should say that, how they could be more prepared on the transition of traceability and developing their workplaces, their well-beings, and this kind of things could be a proper business case for the Bestseller. How the Bestseller could be benefited from this kind of circular transformation, as well as each and every actor should need some benefits in terms of economic benefits and other value-added benefits from the value chain. Yes, we do agree with some policy recommendation and reformation is very much needed for this. And most importantly, I like to stop now, and most importantly, we found that everyone knows about circular economy that Mustafiz Bhai re-echoed at the morning. And everyone feeling on that we need to shift. But most important thing is that the actions we are expecting on this transformation is still need a stronger commitment from specifically from the government, parallelly as well as from the business leaders, the associations and the manufacturers to become and sustain your business and trade towards European Union and any other export destinations. So these are the visions we need to concrete, and today's platform is the best platform to share our learnings and strengthen our commitment towards this transformation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. If Nazim Zatar from the SME Foundation would be here, he would probably say the title of the plenary session is already wrong, because as you said, it's not formalizing the informal jute sector, because parts of the jute sector are very formal, some are semi-formal. At least most of the small enterprises have a trade license to start with. The working conditions might be a bit difficult, but the formalization as such depends also how to define it. And the informality refers a little bit to the system, how the product comes into that sorting and recycling process. If there is no reaction to one of the previous commentators, I think considering the time, we would close it here. But we are proud to have taken up the recommendations from the first plenary to coordinate and cooperate, and we can guarantee to all of you that we, together with the BGMA, BKMEA, BTGW, PEA, and also the Ministry of Commerce and the government, it's also always difficult to bring additional secretaries, joint secretaries to these kind of events, but they are aware, we talk to them, they are our partners, so we can guarantee that we are representing a hopefully fruitful cooperation between the government, academia, the private sector, and the technical cooperation. Thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you very much. Requesting all of you to kindly stand for a group photograph. We will take a photograph first seated, and then we will take another photograph with you standing. Thank you very much once again for the amazing discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a significant presentation on EU due diligence and legislations on circularity by His Excellency Charles Whiteley, head of the delegation from the delegation of the European Union in Bangladesh. With a round of applause, please welcome His Excellency Charles Whiteley on stage.
Thank you very much indeed for that warm welcome, and great pleasure to be here. Excellencies, dignitaries, colleagues, it's a great pleasure. I haven't got a very modern presentation to show you, I'm afraid. I only have words. And I must say we spend an awful lot of time talking about EU legislation, rightly so, because of course it will have a major impact in Bangladesh as elsewhere, and there's an awful lot of it coming down the line. Just yesterday I had a meeting with the Diplomatic Correspondents Association of Bangladesh, and some of this legislation featured in our exchange. And one point I did like to make is that Bangladesh is really anticipating these changes. So business, industry, and so forth is really looking ahead to what the impact of these changes will be, and that's very encouraging. You see the government mobilizing on this, you see industry, and you see civil society, and it's all to the good, especially given the fact that this legislation is coming at the time of Bangladesh's graduation, and the LDC graduation, and all the obligations that that will impose in terms of also meeting GSP plus requirements. But our focus as EU on due diligence and more widely on circularity doesn't come out of the blue, of course. Europe is serious about transitioning towards a circular economy. And as we all know, the Earth simply cannot sustain the dominant linear economic model of take, make, and dispose. Circular economy is a cornerstone of our EU Green Deal, the strategy to ensure that there are no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050, and the decoupling of economic growth from resource use. So a very ambitious green deal that the EU has set for itself, and one that will need a lot of effort to meet all the targets. Given the importance of this sector and its growing negative impact on the environment, one example which may have been raised before is the fact that 5 million tons of discarded clothes 5 million tons of clothes are discarded every year in the EU alone. That's why the textile and garment sector is one of the priority sectors in the green context for the EU, as defined in our EU strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. This strategy, among others, has been the impetus for our legislative efforts on corporate due diligence, eco-design, and transparency about products. The EU is not alone in these efforts, of course. A number of countries are actively promoting circularity in their economy through a variety of means. And I have to say, Bangladesh is again very active on this, and I would pay a special tribute to Mostafiz Uddin and his team for relentlessly pursuing this issue over the years. This is all good, but to avoid ending up with a spaghetti bowl of national legislation affecting international trade, we increasingly need joint international efforts. And we're absolutely aware of this in the EU, also given the size of the EU market. And that's why the EU hosted the 8th World Circular Economy Forum in April this year, which brought together policymakers, civil society, and private sector in Brussels to discuss best practices in circularity. In addition, we're engaging with our international partners, including Bangladesh, on our policies and provide direct support to government and private sector through our development assistance programs. Most recently, through the support from German Development Corporation, BMZ, we met with policymakers in the private sector from Bangladesh in Brussels to discuss the implications of EU policies for the RMG sector. Since Bangladesh companies are important suppliers for EU companies, and because the EU is the destination for 50% of Bangladesh exports, our legislative developments are self-evidently important for this country. And after 2.5 years of quite tricky political negotiations, the EU has finally adopted the due diligence legislation. Of course, some of our member states have had legislation in place for some time, but it isn't exactly similar to the EU model, but there are, of course, great similarities. And this legislation marks a significant shift in corporate social responsibility, transitioning from voluntary to mandatory and horizontally applicable due diligence rules for European companies and their business partners in third countries. In short, the legislation aims to ensure social and environmental justice in global supply chains. It targets EU companies with more than 1,000 employees and a worldwide annual turnover exceeding 450 million euro, as well as non-EU companies meeting the same turnover thresholds within the EU. And these companies can be held legally accountable for any human rights and environmental violations occurring in their own operations, their subsidiaries, and their business partners. The directive will have to be transposed into the national laws of all our member states, all 27, and will be enforced in different phases, with the first phase beginning from 2027. So not much time to really get accustomed to what this legislation will mean. Non-compliant companies will face potential reputational damage through naming and shaming and administrative fines of up to 5% of their net global turnover. Moreover, victims or civil society organizations and trade unions on their behalf can file civil liability suits and seek reparations in a court of an EU member state. So there is an aspect that seeks to empower the vigilance that civil society and trade unions bring to this sector. Two aspects of this legislation are particularly significant for Bangladesh. The first is, of course, the corporate due diligence requirements. EU companies must adopt a due diligence policy aimed at addressing human rights and environmental violations in their supply chain. The EU legislation includes a comprehensive list of international instruments on human rights and the environment, which have a direct bearing on companies. The prohibitions and obligations set out in those instruments must be respected, and notable examples include the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ILO core conventions, and environmental agreements such as the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. For many companies from within the EU or elsewhere, corporate social responsibility is, of course, already an integral part of their business operations and even, of course, a selling point. And these companies will have the certainty that they have their house in order and have the procedures in place to identify and address all the issues concerned. For those companies operating in Bangladesh, many have practiced due diligence on factory safety since the Rana Plaza tragedy through initiatives like the Accord and the RMG Sustainability Council. The new EU directive will require them to expand, as appropriate, their due diligence to cover human rights and environmental standards more broadly. Indirectly, the due diligence directive will also create an enabling environment to improve compliance with national social and environmental regulations. Second aspect is the Climate Change Transition Plan. Another significant element of the due diligence legislation is a requirement for EU companies to adopt a climate transition plan, and this plan aims to align companies' business models with the Paris Agreement's global warming limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade. The plan must include time-bound targets for greenhouse gas emission reduction and strategies to decarbonize the value chain. And this requirement will significantly impact the supply chains of EU companies operating in Bangladesh, as supplying companies or factories will need to adapt to buyers' climate mitigation strategies. As mentioned already, the Due Diligence Directive does not stand alone. Our regulations with regards to eco-design, the Digital Product Passport, and extended producer responsibility all emphasize the responsibility producers have with regard to their products and the need for increased sustainability and circularity standards for products entering the EU market. To remain competitive amidst the growing demand for sustainability and circularity in the EU, it is crucial to embrace circular systems, facilitate green transitions in production processes, and elevate labour standards. And it's pleasing to see the engagement that there has been on the National Action Plan for the labour sector by the government, by civil society, trade unions and others. And we will be discussing, as EU heads of mission, progress in that field or the need for further progress with the Honourable Law Minister tomorrow. The EU and its member states support private sector and the government of Bangladesh in this journey towards innovation in sustainability. And just to give a few examples of that, overall support to circularity and circular economy is being channeled through the EU Switch to Circular Economy programme, a €20 million project, multi-country, co-funded with Finland. And this programme, also present here at this forum, aims to support the government of Bangladesh in developing a circular economy policy and is working with private sector in piloting circular economy practices in the textile and garment sector. On the social dimension, the EU and its member states are committed under the Team Europe initiative on decent work, having supported Bangladesh with over 47 programmes focused on decent work, social protection and skills development, with €685 million in funding to date. A recent example from this is the project Advancing Decent Work in Bangladesh, 2023 to 2027, co-funded by the EU, Denmark, Netherlands and Sweden, and it assists the government with labour reforms and enhances preparedness for the due diligence legislation. On the environment side, we have the project, and I was yesterday at an event for this project, SRIUP, which is the Safety, Retrofitting and Environmental Upgrades project, co-financed by the EU, France, Germany and the government of Bangladesh, providing access to finance for innovation in safety and environmental performance of companies. In addition, through the Team Europe initiative on green energy transition, the EU and its member states are actively supporting the Bangladesh government in greening the power generation, transmission and distribution systems with €1.3 billion, including grants and soft loans. This, among other, comprises the Bangladesh Renewable Energy Facility, an EU-guaranteed €350 million EIB project, European Investment Bank, along with the grant, aimed at increasing the share of renewable energy. So there are, of course, a lot of moving parts in this picture, in the circularity picture. It's very complex, as we all know, and everybody is trying to grapple with the demands of legislation. But one hope I have is that because we as EU at 27 are acting on this, because we are the main market for Bangladesh goods, it's worth the investment you're making as business in this, and ensuring compliance will also help Bangladesh attain the demands of GSP+. So we want to be a good partner on this, not just throw legislation at you, and I think we're doing that with our member states as best we can. So sorry for not having an exciting presentation in terms of visuals, but thank you for listening, and we remain a partner of Bangladesh in this endeavor. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Charles Whiteley, for that enlightening presentation. It's now time for our second plenary session of the day, Closing the Loop of Textile Waste. I'm pleased to invite our distinguished panelists to the podium. Dr. Patrick Schroeder, Senior Research Fellow, Chatham House, Mr. Mohammad Akhtar Hossain Apurbo, Vice President of BKMEA, Mr. Mohammad Sohail Sadat, Chairman of Shinshin Group and Director of BGMEA, Mr. Asif Zahir, Deputy Managing Director of Ananto Group, and Mr. Mickey Magnuson, Entrepreneur in Residence, NVU. He will be joining virtually. This session will be moderated by Mr. Omar Ghias, Director, Strategic Engagements at Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists as they share their insights and experiences. Requesting our panelists to please come on stage and take their seats.
So requesting Mr. Patrick Schroeder, Mr. MD Akhtar Hossain Apurbo, Mr. Mohammad Sohail Sadat, Mr. Asif Johir to kindly come to the stage, and requesting also the volunteers from the panel to connect Mickey Magnuson virtually on the LED. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the second plenary sessions that is on closing the loop of the textile waste. And we have very distinguished line of panelists to discuss on this topic. We have among us Mr. Akhtar Hossain Apurbo, Vice President BKMEA, Dr. Patrick Schroeder, Senior Research Fellow Chatham House, Mr. Mohammad Sohail Sadat, Chairman Shinshin Group and Director BGMEA, Mr. Asif Johir, Deputy Managing Director Ananto Group, and Mr. Mickey Magnuson, Entrepreneur in Residence NVU, have joined us virtually. So Mickey, can you hear us?
Yep.
Oh, thank you, great. So to give you a short brief on the background of the plenary sessions, Bangladesh apparel industry generates around 4 million tons of textile waste annually. Globally, less than 1% of clothing materials are recycled into new garments, and Bangladesh likely mirrors this trend, with most of its textile waste being exported to East Asian countries for recycling. This practice contributes substantial carbon emissions for transportation, undermining the environmental benefits of recycling. So the solution lies in closing the loop within the Bangladesh borders by developing a localized circular economy. So we would like to discuss on this important topic. First, I would like to move towards Patrick. And my questions to you, Mr. Patrick Schroeder, is Chatham House has been at the forefront of analyzing global policy trends. How do you see the Use Digital Product Passport initiative reshaping global textile trend? And what specific challenges and opportunities does it present for major exporters like Bangladesh? If you kindly share your opinion.
This one's working. Yes. Great. Thank you for inviting me to join the panel. Salam alaikum, everybody. It's great to be in Bangladesh. Great to be in Dhaka again. So, on your question about the digital product passport, so this is a new tool that will be key for traceability of textiles across the value chain. So digital product passports are now being in development. So it's a new area, not only for textiles, but for other product categories as well. For batteries, for example, it's beginning to be used. And for textiles, this is a new approach to collect the information about products across the whole life cycle, from sourcing raw materials towards the end of life of disposal, and also information about material loops within this circular system. So, as I said, it's new, and that's actually already, it's still very new for Europeans as well. Just in March this year, the European Parliamentary Research Service published a quite detailed technical paper on digital product passports for the textile and footwear sectors. And in that paper, you can find that online, they distinguish actually 3 layers or phases of development of this digital product passport. And the first phase of development is anticipated to start in 2027, and so that will require some data on the supply side. So that means it will also be relevant for Bangladesh manufacturers and suppliers. Then there's a medium term up to 2030, or like from 2030 onwards, and then a long term from 2033. The idea is to have a full circular digital product passport from then. So it's a 10-year process in a way that's starting now.
Patrick, the supplementary questions that given the complexity of the textile supply chains, particularly in tracing recycled content, what government's frameworks or international collaboration would you recommend to ensure closing the loop of textile waste in Bangladesh? So we would like to hear from this, because you have also studied this in your recent survey, case study.
Yeah, so I think that one of the main aspects of how to do this, it connects to the previous session as well. So we need to collect a lot of data, including on, for example, the jute sector. So it requires a lot of research and understand how materials flow. So some of the kind of data that will be required goes into quite some granularity. And in terms of international cooperation, there's already examples by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. They've done quite a bit of work on these digital product passports and traceability with producer countries in Central Asia who are mostly involved in the cotton sector, cotton production. And these types of corporations can also be then used, for example, for Bangladesh, looking more midstream on the processing and manufacture. So there's also cooperation examples that we can also follow.
Thank you for valuable insight. So I would like to move to Mickey Magnuson, entrepreneur in residence in View. So Mickey, you actually part of the Recycle Exchange Limited, a model textile sorting center in Bangladesh. So we'd like to know your experience in the sorting. Do you see any challenges? If yes, what are they? Kindly share.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the one thing that is important here, and I think it's important to recognize for everybody, is that we are building a new kind of part of the sector here. If we're going to have a closed loop in Bangladesh, many initiatives are needed. Like you said, most of the output today is being exported. So it starts with sorting, collecting feedstock, usable feedstock, and that access to the robust feedstock is absolutely important. Connected to this is, of course, not only traceability, etc., which are very nice to have, but we also need to have formal transactions and formal companies to collaborate with each other. Technically, the challenges are reliability on the content. We know that 100% cotton on the bill of lading doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% cotton in the material, and only small percentages of contaminations like elastan, etc., has big impact on what can be recycled fiber to fiber. So the challenges are both upstream and downstream. There's plenty of technologies available and ready to be adopted in the country for sorting technologies, etc. However, the business case needs to be proven before real investments can be made. And that's what we're trying to do with Recycle Exchange.
Okay, Mickey, then the questions to you. For closing the loop of textile waste in Bangladesh, what are the imperatives in your opinion?
Yeah, and I will come back to this. This is we have to recognize this as a new tier or a new part of the sector in Bangladesh. So there's a massive opportunity for becoming less dependent of imports and taking care of this, but that would mean big investments in T1s and T2s, spinning, weaving, knitting, because there's undercapacity at this point of time. And a small part of that is the providing fibers into the spinners and knitters so that the fabrics can be used, and that's what we're trying to do. Now, the imperatives are very simple here. We have to start very basic. We need to support formal players where fair jobs, traceability and transparency is available, and only a formal sector will be able to promote circularity as a real advantage for the entire sector. So the entire industry needs to be formalized. Access to data, etc., it's a given that there is no other way. And the second one is that we need to support local initiatives for any type of recycling. We can work with cotton, and cotton has been widely adopted already, but we're not working with only cotton in Bangladesh. We're working with many different textile and raw materials. And third, we need to help and support to onshore technologies needed that are relevant for the Bangladeshi business. That's the only way for us to drive quality, efficiency, and to widen the uptake.
Thank you, Mickey. Please stay connected with us. And now I would like to move to Mr. Sohail Sadat, Chairman Shinshin Group and Director BGMEA. So BGMEA's role is very important since BGMEA is the apex trade body of the export-oriented apparel factories in Bangladesh. So my first questions to you is, what's currently BGMEA is doing in promoting circular fashion? If you kindly share with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. And I would like to thank Mr. Mostafiz, founder and CEO of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, for his sustainable development work for Bangladesh apparel industry. And BGMEA is pursuing circularity in the RMG sector in Bangladesh, particularly in the pre-consumer waste recycling. Aligning the stakeholders, including brands, and retailers and waste handlers to facilitate initial engagement among the partners in the supply chain and create an enabling policy environment for circular fashion. Besides this, BGMEA, Reverse Resources, GFA, Bestseller, Circular Economy, and H&M is implementing a project titled Switch to Circular Economy Value Chains, Switch to CE. BGMEA is also implementing Circular Economy in Bangladesh Garments Industry Create project. H&M Group and BGMEA are collaborating on building a climate neutral and circular garment sector in Bangladesh. But I think circular fashion is at the beginning stage. We have to work hard. There are a lot of challenges in different segments, collecting it, sorting it out, and really making it meaningful. We have two ways. One way is really making it useful from the practical ground. Another one is the paperwork. So the traceability should be there, and it's a big challenge. Like from the BGME also, Responsible Hub is trying to consolidate all the data. Then we have to go for the data validation. Then we have to circular or share this among the stakeholders. This is a pretty big task. We have just started. I hope that like BGME can really step in, and then BGME can really contribute a lot in this particular segment.
Okay,
but we have to work together.
Okay,
Thank
so
you
sorry
very
for
much.
interrupting. I would just like to know a bit more about, thank you for sharing some of the encouraging initiatives already BGME taking. So if you also share that, is there any steps, or what are the steps BGME taking to map and digitalize this waste flow? Is there any initiative to, or how can you ensure that every scrap from the factory is traced and map of the waste? Do you have any initiatives from the BGME, or how do you think about mapping and digitalizing the waste flow from the factories?
I would like to come from the earlier speaker, panel speaker from the Prague University, which was actually thoughtful and meaningful. And BGME, yes, like at this moment with the technical support from GIZ, have established a unit called RBH unit, and under the Future Center, both Dhaka and Chittagong. Purpose of this unit to provide hands-on support to BGMEA members factories regarding the due diligence directive and create a readiness throughout the industry. BGMEA has also established ESG digital data disclosure platform with support to the GIZ. Currently, through the digital data, we are collecting ESG, environment, social, governance related data of the factories. The platform is now in test run. As I said, it will be challenging because we are just starting, and it is the first step, and we have to go for the validation. Then we have to see data disclosure, how we can do it mutually. And the last one is like, I think digital platform is fully operational, will take some time. We may integrate the circularity data of the factories with the platform too, including mapping the waste flow of the BGME member factories. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Now I would like to move to Mr. Akhtar Hossain Apurbo, Vice President of BGMEA. So in textile recycling, so far, cotton knit are largely being used by recyclers. The EU legislation like the digital passport will be mandatory from 2027. Do you think knit manufacturers of Bangladesh could design products that are not only recyclable but also allow for clear tracking of recycled content? So over to you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Mr. Mustafiz and the Bangladesh Apparel Association for organizing such an interesting and very time-demanded summit on circular economy. I'm representing Bangladesh Knitwear Manufacturers and Exporters Association. I'm Vice President of that organization, and we are actually the #1 contributor in cotton products export to our export destinations. We are doing mostly using the cotton export, cotton product. Currently, we are doing non-cotton as well. You're asking for the traceability and is this possible or not? First of all, I would like to say some points here to raise that closing the loop within Bangladesh border by developing localized circular economy. Yeah, we need to close the loop because in every year you mentioned that a lot of jute and waste products are exporting from Bangladesh to South Asia and other countries. They are actually processing that and preparing the yarn again, and we are importing, and again using that yarn we are exporting. So that actually indirectly impact on the environment because every year a huge number of waste, cotton waste is exporting through the sea, and the vessels are using the fossil fuel, which actually created emission and contributed in the environment negatively. So definitely there is opportunity in Bangladesh to keep these goods here, recycle, and produce here and export using that product, which positively impact in the environment. Very recently, from various forums, especially the European countries are trying to impose that whatever the end product we are selling to them, they want that product at the end of their life cycles, they would like to send it back to Bangladesh for processing here. And in my understanding, these will actually again negatively impact on the environment as well, because using this large amount of end product that life cycle has already expired, if you send it back to Bangladesh, you have to use the sea channel using the vessels, and that will negatively impact again in the environment. Rather, what we propose, you do processing, collecting, processing, and make it fiber at your country or yarn, and then send it back to Bangladesh. It will contribute less negative contribution in the environment. Or if you think that you can sue this one more in your country as well, we will appreciate this one, because you can do this one in your country. This will negatively impact, this will reduce the environmental impact. Recently, the European Union digital product passport, what you are talking about, this is a very good initiative, but you are telling here that by 2027, this would be a mandatory for Bangladesh or the other all sourcing countries that European Union is sourcing their products from. But so far, I understand it will take longer. But this initiative is definitely good, definitely positive, and I appreciate this one. If you are thinking about the total jute waste or textile waste that we are contributing in our country, the percentage is around below 15%. So the 85% is in the destination countries. And I would like to request all the destinations countries and the buyers that please do this treatment, recycle this treatment in your destination country, and then send it back now. We will buy this one, the yarn from you, and we'll produce and resend again. It will help us, the entire globe, at a big contribution in positively in the environment. And the rest of 15%, we are doing. Although it's an informal sector, but these are more organized. Very recently, in our last session, we came to know from the BRAC University, they had research work, and they found that most of the clusters in Narayanganj, Dhaka, Mirpur, Gazipur, and Pabna, they are although informal sector, but they are organized. Each and every single waste they are collecting, they are identifying, separating, organizing, and they are selling it to either in recycle unit in Bangladesh or locally use these products, or else they are exporting. There is opportunity. We can more and more produce here. We can do the trace of the each and every single waste that are going from our factories. And from my perspective, from BKMA perspective, I can say that this product is recyclable and also clearly tracking is possible, because whatever we are selling, the waste or giving to the local Musselman or whatever you are talking about, we are giving to them, they are collecting this one, the informal sector is separating, collecting everything. So we have the trace. But we have to keep in mind that this informal sector, to formalize this one, there is a need of government support as well. If we can do this one, because most of our factory members actually giving this jute and other wastage to the local people, local Musselmans, to protect them from others. This is the reality. And if we want to stop them, stop them collecting the goods from our factories, then our factories will be in trade. Not only in our factories, also the lot 40 million of workers actually who are working here in these factories, their livelihood will be under threat as well. So you have to keep in mind that one. Thank you.
Yes, so one more supplementary question. Yes, we know that we cannot ignore the informal sector. They're playing a very important role in collecting waste. But my questions to you, what strategies is BKME considering to integrate these informal actors into a transparent and traceable recycling chain?
Obviously, BKME has a great role here to play, because BKME knows all its member factories, owners, and entrepreneurs. So what we can do, we want actually a localized method of collecting the products using the informal sector. If we get the support from the government and other brand and buyers and developing agencies, then we can work jointly. We can bring them, we cannot avoid them, we can incorporate the informal owner, actually those who are working here, we can incorporate in a formal ways, because they all are having their own trade license. It's easy to trace them. So we can incorporate this one. But I would like to raise a concern here, because in the name of circularity, in the name of recycle, we, the owner, don't want to be again put in a trap of certifications. You know, we are under a lot of certifications we are doing. Now, if you are talking about Oikotex, the Oikotex certification, the certification can be done in Bangladesh. The other certification also can be done in Bangladesh through a local bodies. But most of you are talking about that these bodies are not transparent. They will be violate the rules and they will issue the certificate. But can you think about the current time, the industries, actually the RMG industries, the entrepreneurs, myself is an entrepreneur. If I will think that after getting the Oikotex certificate, during the certification, I have submitted a few documents and products that are certified by them, and then we get the certificate. In the meantime, within a year, we are producing, but the certification bodies are not coming here and checking each and every single product that we are following the same thing or not. But we do by ourselves, because we know that if we will violate any rules and regulations, any certification criteria, then our buyer will be negatively impacted, and ultimately we will lose the buyer. So it's a self-understanding from each and every single factory owners. So if we do the same certification using our local bodies in Bangladesh, then we can keep a lot of US dollars in our country, which ultimately will help our economy and grow it. So I'm just finishing. Give me a second. I will request in the name of recycling and recycle yarn, I don't want to see any certification bodies which actually impose from other countries. If there is any certification bodies needed, that could be done from Bangladesh, and trace is possible because we are doing the traceability. If it is traceable, if these raw materials or waste is traceable and going to the spinning mills, then we can easily get that these are from which factories these goods are coming from. So certification is very easy here. So I will humbly request everyone to consider this one. This is very important, and BKMEA as a trade body, apex body for knitwear manufacturers, who actually contributed 55% of our export earnings from RMG sectors. We will assure you that we will help you, we will be aside you and support you whatever the requirement is. We are now planning to work in a way so that our local economy will get the full benefit of these recycled products. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for raising very important points. Now I would like to move towards Asif Johir, Deputy Managing Director, Ananta Group. And the important questions I would like to ask you that how brands and manufacturers could collaborate for promoting textile recycling. So if you kindly share your insights.
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, thank you to Bangladesh Apparel Exchange for organizing today's event. I think it's a very important topic, and we are already seeing kind of the movement towards this circular economy, mainly in the European Union, but also in the other Western markets. So, as you said, the brands are already kind of looking at this. It's going to happen by 2027 onwards. So we have to start getting ready now, actually. So what we see is a lot of the brands are actually saying that we need, say, up to 30% recycled cotton. Actually, Inditex has already started this. They're one of the biggest brands in Bangladesh, and actually whatever cotton they're buying, especially on the knits, they're saying we need 30% recycled. Now within the recycled, there's a pre-consumer and post-consumer, of course. So since we are a production country, we are looking at the pre-consumer waste. There's a lot of waste in the spinning process, the knitting, weaving process, and then in the garment process. So if you look at the total waste, it's quite significant. Anywhere from 15 to 20% of the total consumption is actually being wasted during the production process. If you look at how much cotton we're importing, I think it's somewhere almost 8 billion plus raw cotton we're importing into Bangladesh. And then we're also importing quite a bit of finished yarn from outside. So I think the figure that we saw earlier is about 400 million of the waste is being exported out. So if you do the math, maybe 800 million, $1 billion is there actually. If we can just kind of recycle this, we can save the foreign currency and we can keep this money within Bangladesh, right? Within the ecosystem, whoever it is, the spinning, the weaving, knitting, or the garments. And that's the saving we can get as a country, that this 800 million, 1 billion, we don't have to pay every year to the cotton producing countries, actually. So that's the immediate opportunity. And I think technically it's already proven, it's mechanical recycling. It already works. It's cheap. It's kind of, you know, the quality is quite reasonable. If you go up to say 30% or even up to 50%, it's acceptable quality. So what we need is we need to be able to collect all the waste. With this, we already talked about the, you know, the jute collection. Actually, from Ananta, we are already working with Reverse Resources. So they are having a scheme where, you know, you have the website, you can upload exactly what waste, you know, we are producing. They're actually giving the training to the factories on how to, you know, collect the waste and segregate? Is it with elastin? Is it, different colors? Is it a cotton poly mix? So, different buckets for the different waste. So that training has to be given to the factories at the cutting department. And then it has to be properly segregated and then, kind of collected. So it's more of a organizing problem, right? So from the cutting floor all the way to the collection, it has to be organized properly. That data has to be kind of uploaded to a digital platform. And we don't necessarily need third-party certificates. As Mr. Akhtar said, we don't need Okotex or things like that. We just need to have a proper organizing kind of bandwidth to be able to take the waste, collect it, and then take it back to the recycling. And of course, we are already selling this jute to the local players for, not a lot of money. But the idea is that, someone should pay the factories. So if it's Reverse Resources or whoever is organizing this, they should definitely pay a better than average market price than what the normal jute collectors are paying. So if the payment is there, then the factories will also definitely, put in the effort to organize and, send out the waste, because that's a good earning that's coming in. So that's one problem, is organizing and collecting and kind of taking it back. The second problem is we don't actually have enough recycling plants in Bangladesh. So again, I think the best people who can set up these plants are the spinning mills. It's quite in line with their, kind of expertise. And some of the mills are already doing that. The large players are already doing, but anyone can set up actually. It doesn't have to be the spinning. It can be the fabric or the garment players also. You need the land, you need the, kind of the electricity connection. All of those things are there, of course. But if people are investing in the mechanical recycling, then that opportunity is there. And again, it's a $1 billion market that's available right now. So anyone can invest. Definitely the spinning mills have the advantage, but any other player can invest. And then we also had the speakers, the directors of BGMA, BKMA. So they can also kind of organize. It doesn't have to be Reverse Resources only. It can be multiple platforms can be there. So BGMA can have a platform, BKMA can have a platform, BEBZA can have a platform for all the EPZ factories. So, and then whoever's offering the best rate can sign up with the factories, right? So you can have different platforms. And then end user would be the recycling plant. So that also different people can invest. And then it's easily possible to kind of recover this $1 billion in foreign currency. On the post-consumer, I think it will take time. I think it's not really our problem at the moment, because that's a problem that Europe will have to face. It's their waste, and most likely they can set up the factories like Renewcell and other factories like that. Those factories are also not cheap. There's 500 million, $1 billion investment. They need a lot of electricity. They need steam. They need ETP. So that's a problem that they have to solve. And I think big brands like H&M and Inditex are investing. When they solve that problem, we can always buy the yarn. So that's a problem we'll get to in 5 years or something like that. But today, let's focus on our own waste, which is the pre-consumer waste. And that's an opportunity that we can easily organize and capture within the next 1 or 2 years. We can solve this problem.
Yeah, so one supplementary question. So you very rightly mentioned there are very few recycle plants in Bangladesh. And for closing the loop, where we have in Bangladesh around 4 million tons of textile waste generated per year, we may probably need 100 more recycling plants. So my questions to you that, do you think big apparel companies like the Ananta Group could also invest in setting up recycling plants in the country? In doing that, what are the challenges you think?
Yeah, I think we can. As Ananta Group, we are mainly a garment manufacturer, and we are looking at, is it an earthquake?
I think there are some constructions work in the airport
it's actually
area.
not an earthquake. There's a construction going on the roads underground.
Okay, so it's not an earthquake.
The tremor is from there.
So it's not earthquake.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the opportunity is there. We are looking into kind of investing in this mechanical recycling. But as I said, I think the people who can immediately invest are the spinning mills, because that's kind of more similar to what they're doing, and they're selling the yarn anyways. So they're the best people to invest. But yeah, as Ananta, as a garment manufacturer, we can also look at investing. I think no one will invest, in a huge way. They will only get, say, one machine or one line, and then see the result, and then slowly, build up. So it takes some time. I think some of the big groups have already kind of set up, 1 or 2 lines. Maybe one line can do 2 tons or 5 tons, something like that. And if it's successful, then it will expand. So we are looking at that kind of investment, but then also you need land, you need, the usual problem, electricity connection and things like that. But I think the opportunity is there, and definitely a lot of the groups are considering the mechanical recycling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asif Johir, and thank you, distinguished. So I think Mr. Akhtar Hussain Apurva, you like to add something?
Yeah, can I ask one question to you, because you're telling that there is no required for certification now, but I'm talking about the future. If you were talking about transparency and traceability, who actually, if you are producing a yarn using recycled yarn, then supplier or buyer will in future ask you, how can you trace this one? How can you confirm that this waste is actually collecting from which factory, in which buyer? Because traceability is actually linking with the buyers. Because buyers are placing orders. In my factories, there are 10 buyers. I'm producing for 10 buyers, 10 different products. And after that, I will have different 10 categories of waste. So I have to inform them, these are the waste I'm actually dispersing to that formal sector or informal, whatever it is, the tracing. Then you are collecting this one, producing. And do you think there will be no question that in future that how can you certify this waste is coming from your factory? I think there will be. There will be. And for your kind information, another thing, very recently in our ministries, especially the Commerce Ministry, a lot of pressure was given from other countries to open the duty-free import of end product of a textile, like whatever your products are. You can import this one without any duty. So who actually are pressuring to open up this one? Because if we will open up this one, there will be a huge pressure of waste coming from the developed countries, who actually the user, and it will be a burden for us very soon. So this is not a matter of 5 years or 6 years. This is a matter of current situation. That's why I was actually informing you that we have to be very cautious about taking decisions, because in future, let us do first with the 15% that or 20%, whatever the amount is, what we are doing the waste locally for producing your garment. But we are not going to take any liability now. What you have taken to your end. If you want to do recycle, do it in your country, then we source the buyer and sell it. If this is cost competitive and you are willing to pay more for whatever the cost is, the buyer are willing to pay us, we will import and we will sell. That's actually my position. Thank you.
So I think we have another dedicated panel discussions later in the afternoon on the traceability and transparency issues. So there will be also discussing these concerns, and I think that will be also very interesting sessions. Thank you so much for your valuable time and insights. So I would request you all to kindly stand up for a group photo, and thank you also the audience for your kind attentions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for an amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this engaging session, it's time for a lunch break. Please enjoy the refreshments and take this opportunity to network with your peers. The buffet lunch will be served at the foyer of the Grand Ballroom. We will reconvene in 20 minutes.
that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, VGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry.
We are telling about the growth, the success story of Bangladesh. Through this Best of Bangladesh, this showcase, a lot of people are coming and seeing.
It's a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy, is also a major source of waste and pollution. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste are discarded, clogging our landfills and harming our environment. In Bangladesh, the heart of the global ready-made garment sector, the shift towards circularity is not just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Circular practices mean rethinking how we design, produce, and use textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack. We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy. Mean rethinking how we design, produce, and use textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, VGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry. We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy, is also a major source of waste and pollution. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste are discarded, clogging our landfills and harming our environment. In Bangladesh, the heart of the global ready-made garment sector, the shift towards circularity is not just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Circular practices mean rethinking how we design, produce, and used textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry. We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy, is also a major source of waste and pollution. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste are discarded, clogging our landfills and harming our environment. In Bangladesh, the heart of the global ready-made garment sector, the shift towards circularity is not just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Circular practices mean rethinking how we design, produce, and use textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry. We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy, is also a major source of waste and pollution. Every year, 92 million tons of textile waste are discarded, clogging our landfills and harming our environment. In Bangladesh, the heart of the global ready-made garment sector, the shift towards circularity is not just an option, it is an urgent necessity. Circular practices mean rethinking how we design, produce, and use textiles, ensuring that every fiber is reused and nothing is wasted. The power of Bangladeshi youth is undeniable. They are the drivers of change, the innovators, and the visionaries who can lead us towards a sustainable future. Globally and locally, embracing circularity opens up new opportunities. It drives innovation, creates jobs, and protects our environment. By adopting circular practices, we can build a more sustainable future for the textile industry and beyond. Introducing the Textile Hack, an innovation challenge like no other. Led by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, BGMEA University of Fashion and Technology, University of Groningen, and supported by Dutch Enterprise Agency. This hackathon is set to redefine the future of textiles. With over 100 participants, 20 expert mentors, and 50 groundbreaking ideas, the Textile Hack will ignite the spark of innovation. Be part of the Textile Hack and help shape a sustainable future for the textile industry. We face a monumental challenge. The textile industry, a cornerstone of our economy.
We are telling about the growth, the success story of Bangladesh. Through this Best of Bangladesh, this showcase, a lot of people are coming and seeing these things, and hopefully they will come and see, they will be interested to see these things. So I should say that the Best of Bangladesh showcase is going to help the business in Bangladesh.
And the impact is, a lot of people will know more about Bangladesh. A lot of people know about Bangladesh as an apparel sourcing sector, like, for the garment business. But there's visibility now for many other sectors, right? For example, IT, home, footwear, infrastructure, democracy, free speech, freedom of society, so all these good aspects of Bangladesh are being showcased. So, I think it's a very positive message they're giving to the global community.
The impact is always there. Connecting people together, bring people together is always very important, and also show the positive message to everyone. And I think bringing everyone together and celebrating the achievements is great to do.
I think it's really unique in its kind. I mean, we should learn about production in Bangladesh. For me, the garment production is especially important. And we should know that lots of companies in Europe have garments produced by their partners in Bangladesh.
I think it shows the professionalism and the commitment they're making in terms of investing in your country and making sure that we as participants and visitors and contributors are well taken care of. I think the world's looking for places of stability where we can rely on to be a trustworthy partner, and that we are pulling together in terms of sustainability and making the world a slightly better place.
I think it's a really nicely organized event, to be honest. It's something which feels still a bit cozy at the same time. A lot of people, it's a selected group, and I think a lot of important stakeholders are here, and that's just for the apparel industry, but also I think other sectors in Bangladesh.
I think still these conferences are very important to inform suppliers and customers. I think buyers are in the process of getting better understanding of legislation around social compliance and due diligence. Every bit of information and exchange of information with suppliers and buyers is very helpful.
I'm interested in is to see how Bangladesh and the garment sector in particular wishes to develop further in the area of sustainability in particular, and how do they see that in their overall strategy in becoming really an export leader in the garment sector.
This type of exhibitions are really good because it was not only about, one particular sector, it was about various sectors in general. So where really opportunities are being created, it was about creativity, innovation. I think the impact was really good, actually. I think a lot of people have come here, a lot of people have learned about Bangladesh. Like I said, they've really learned about this other side of Bangladesh.
I feel that this kind of exhibition, this kind of event, and these interactions with different multi-sectoral representatives, that really adds tremendous value to the image of Bangladesh as it's growing and stable economy. It's amazing to have the entire flavor of Bangladesh is in the international forum. So it has huge positive impact on the image of Bangladesh.
I think this event sets the scene on what Bangladesh is, what it has to offer as a business community, and really sets a professional standard, and also emphasizes that this sector, this industry is an opportunity, particularly for women, to have decent jobs and to grow and emerge as an economy.
I think this kind of focusing exhibition will definitely give a strong message to international community about our updated situation, about our strength, and of course this will also create, this will also reduce a lot of wrong perception what people still have.
In short, it's a right time approach because we need to approach to this kind of event more and more. And we can connect more people. We can
we can go there. Like earlier, the customer, they used to come and visit us. Now, I think it is right time to go and meet them, give them like what we are, what we do, what capabilities we have, and we deliver. We deliver with responsibilities.
This is a great platform to let people know what Bangladesh is doing in terms of sustainability, circularity, in terms of social and environmental governance and welfare. It's an amazing opportunity for us to show our capabilities in the heart of Europe and uplift our country, also our company.
Bangladesh is developing very fast, so it's nice to attend the event. First time, in Europe, best of Bangladesh. It's a good platform. First time we can see in Europe, countries like in Netherlands, it's happening. They have done a very great job. We have got huge, I think, responses from the visitors here.
First of all, the name, Best of Bangladesh. So on that yes, we should showcase ourselves, what we are doing. It's a big platform for European people to come here and to see what Bangladesh is doing. And the name of this platform is Best of Bangladesh. So what Best Bangladesh is delivering to the world. So it's the best platform to showcase.
This is a powerful exhibition. We can provide the powerful and positive message to the global audience, global consumers, so to make Bangladesh branding. So this is very important and powerful platform, I must say, and we are quite happy to be a part of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming our program sharp at 2:30 p.m.
This event has really helped me to gain a better, more profound understanding of the dynamics of Bangladesh as a country, as a world player when it comes to different industries, agriculture, RMG, but also other sectors. So it's very refreshing to see an event like this taking place in Amsterdam.
A lot of people like to know Bangladesh a little bit more, and I think this is a way the organization has been able to reach out to the community and say, hey, we are here for the world. We are open for business. We know the challenges what we need to work on, but we also know the strength that we can offer to the world.
I think events like this say to the international community that Bangladesh is on a growth trajectory. It's willing to do what it takes to retain its leadership in the climate space as well.
I think the fact that there were 40 suppliers here made it extra valuable, because in general we don't have so many suppliers here together, and I think the organizers brought everyone together and we really had fruitful discussions. So I think people that don't know Bangladesh really got an idea of what Bangladesh was about.
It's given me a really fantastic opportunity to have my eyes open to the opportunities that Bangladesh offers for businesses such as ours that are looking to innovate in this space.
Yes, this kind of exhibitions and discussions, conferences is really good for the challenges we face together.
I think the message is very clear that Bangladesh wants to be part of the future of different industries. I'm myself from textiles, and the part where what I was saying before, that the circularity and the way that they want to thrive for sustainability is great, and that's very much seen also here on the event.
I think it's an opportunity for us to showcase what Bangladesh can offer to our customers in Europe, and actually just amazing opportunity to set out a future vision, I think, for Bangladesh. And we just see going from strength to strength. It's come a long way in the time I've been going to Bangladesh for 20 years, and I've seen a massive change, and I don't see that change slowing down in any way.
Bangladesh as a country has developed tremendously, but not many people know it. Now we will have Bangladesh on the agenda for the people in Europe to know, and I think we need more fair like this in Europe and do it continuously in order to stress the positive aspects of this country.
So this gives us the opportunity to show our capabilities and the innovations to the rest of the world. And we look forward to more opportunities like this so that we can explore and showcase our collections globally.
It will certainly have a very good impact in Europe. I mean, as I said, like it's all Bangladeshi mills here representing Bangladesh, the product of Bangladesh, and it's not just textiles here. There are so many other companies like fiber companies and all this. So the impact, I am sure it will have an amazing impact on the people here in Europe.
It is indeed a monumental event, especially outside of Bangladesh. As far as I know, this is for the apparel industry, and the best of Bangladesh, all other improvement is extraordinary event. So I know that this is a seed for another growth of Bangladesh apparel industry.
I think the impression's been phenomenal. I think whoever came yesterday will definitely go back and think, wow, we need to be doing more business in Bangladesh. But I think it's got huge potential, and I love the best of Bangladesh.
We need to show the opportunity in Bangladesh. So of course we need to do this type of event to show for the showcase. I think it will accelerate our vision and mission, because what we are trying to do, we need collaboration from the advanced country. I believe it will help us for the collaborations.
Bangladesh is doing very good in different sector like garments, agro-process, iron, but different categories. So this kind of event actually giving like whole opportunity to show the international people. I mean like international prospective buyers, international businessmen.
These kind of event help Bangladesh to represent themselves in a different way. I think this kind of event totally change the dynamics, and it will help to change the perception about the Bangladesh. It's a very, very inspiring and growing and potential country they need to understand, and I think this event will help them to understand the scenario.
It was really, really important, and such platform is so much needed to speak this story out to the world and come here and show that what Bangladesh actually holds, because that is how we can brand Bangladesh, that is how we can share our story and set the narrative. So this is really, really exciting, and this is really important to be showcasing at such platform internationally.
Bangladesh has a lot of untold stories to tell.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're having a delightful lunch and a great networking session. Due to time constraints, we have to pursue with your program, so we're restarting. As we continue with the afternoon sessions of our summit, let's keep this momentum going with more insightful discussions and presentations. The second edition of the Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit is organized by Bangladesh Apparel Exchange in collaboration with GIZ Bangladesh and in association with the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh. And now we would like to turn our attention to a very topical presentation titled Market Incentives for Eco-Design, the Case of Eco-Modulation, to be presented virtually by Professor Hari Kalimo, co-director of the 3E Environment, Economy and Energy Research Center at Brussels School of Governance.
Just checking the audio. Can you hear me well? Can the chair please confirm that you can hear me and in the setup?
Yes, you're actually very clear. I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So thanks very much for the kind invitation. Let me share my slides with you here, screen. So great to be speaking in this great event. I was requested to give a short insight indeed to eco-design and the incentives that may exist there, relying a little bit on the European experience. So my name is Harri Kalemo, professor here at the Brussels School of Governance in the 3E Research Center, Center for Environment, Economy and Energy, as well as in the Sustainability Law Group in the University of Eastern Finland. The specific focus of my short 10-minute intervention is indeed on the incentives and the policies that can be used to incentivize better design. And to do this, I will focus on a notion that is called extended producer responsibility. Many of you probably are very familiar with this, but for those of you who are not, so EPR, extended producer responsibility, has been proposed as a key policy instrument in the circular economy. And it is an instrument which is important for textiles because EPR
Professor,
is considered...
I'd like to interrupt you a little.
Sure.
The screen that you're sharing, we're not being able to see it properly. I think you have the wrong screen on. We're actually seeing your mails.
Okay, let me then try again and share a different screen.
Yes, we can see this now properly. Thank you so much. We can see it now.
In the full presentation mode? Can you see it in the full presentation mode?
Not yet.
Okay.
I think you'll need to give the full screen for that. Yes, we've got it. Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. So, as mentioned, focusing on extended producer responsibility as a policy instrument that is important in making the textiles industry also more circular. APR is a policy that is being applied in various EU countries already, for example, and is being implemented probably EU-wide in the future as part of the EU's textile strategy. Now, the idea with this is, as said, many of you are familiar, that producers of textiles or other products place their products on the market, and in the end of the life of such products, this product becomes waste, and when it has become waste, it is for the producer to take back and manage the waste. So the producer is made responsible for the waste. The logic for applying this kind of a policy on the producers is twofold. So on the one hand, this EPR represents a privatization of waste management. So it means that, in fact, the cost of the waste management is shifted from the public, so from the taxpayers, to the producers, to the private sector. And it also means that the polluter, which is the producer, at least partly, is made responsible also for this waste that is created. This part of the EPR has been working well. So incentive for the producers to make goods that are more environmental. Why? Because once the producer has to take the product back, he or she will be interested in making this product also easier to recover, easier to recycle, for example. So the EPR scheme in itself is creating an incentive for the producer to design better products. However, this design incentive aspect of EPR has actually not worked very well. And the reason for this is that the way that the EPR, so the producer responsibility, is implemented is a so-called collective scheme, which means that the producers, rather than taking the waste back themselves individually, actually collaborate. So they get together in what is often called the so-called PROs, producer responsibility organizations, and together collect back the waste and then manage that afterwards. Now, the PROs and the system is useful because it makes the waste management more efficient, but there is a handicap, which is that it will actually dilute the design incentive. For example, if, let's say, Apple has laptops, it will pay then a 30% if the fee is paid on the market share basis, it doesn't really matter what Apple does with the laptop, whether it makes it better design-wise or not. The amount that Apple would be paying to this PRO, to the recycling schemes, remains the same, and therefore there is no incentive really to create and make the Apple's laptops any more environmentally friendly than was the case before. So this is the problem, and what so-called eco-modulation has been proposed as a way to actually tackle and create a further incentive into this EPR system. How? Well, simply so that in addition to the fees which the companies are paying to the PROs in the waste management system, actually there will be also a supplementary fee, which they also have to pay. And these fees are then differentiated on the basis of the qualities of the goods. So we're creating a link through so-called bonuses and maluses to the way in which the producers' products are used. So let me give you here a practical example. Let's say that a producer responsibility organization, first of all, charges a basic fee. Italy, for example, has 5 different categories for waste electronics. Each category is paying a separate fee. So this means that the fees that the producer is paying will vary on the basis of the product type and the product weight. So there are 2 ways to actually look at the qualities of the product, the type and weight. This makes it already a little bit more granular, this waste management fee that is being paid for. This granularity can be increased. We can see the second box here. Finland has 30 categories of products for waste electronics, not just 5, which means that there are further elements of granularity which can be applied per product. So again, it becomes more accurate what kind of a product design, how environmental the product design is when the waste management costs are being applied. The third box is then when we move from this granular waste management fees to the actual eco-modulation concept. So here we are, in addition to the separation or granularity of the waste costs themselves, adding a further cost or bonus on the product price. So France, for example, has eco-modulated fees now actually to more than just 12 product categories, but to multiple product categories, whereby a positive quality in the design of a product, if it's easy to recycle, for example, if it does not contain any toxic substances, for example, then it gets a bonus, an actual a financial plus money for the during the system, or it pays less for the recycling or the management of the cost. While if the reverse happens, if the product has some environmentally negative quality, it does contain, for example, materials that are difficult to recycle, or it contains toxic substances, then it will have to pay a penalty. So we can actually granulate this further and thereby further create design incentives for the products. Now, when creating such an eco-modulation policy in practice, the legislators have to look into various things. They have to think about which products they apply to, what objectives actually these penalties and bonuses apply to. Is it about recyclability? Is it about substances, etc.? So these are the kind of the elements which one has to go through when setting it up. Now, this all sounds interesting and positive, but there are a couple of challenges still in eco-modulation. The first of them is that currently, at least, most of these eco-modulated fees are really focusing on 2 things: on improving recycling rates and on the material qualities of the products per themselves. This is fine. This is already moving, excuse me, into the right direction. But in fact, these recycling rates and the material qualities themselves are actually just proxies of the environmental impacts. So they lead to weak changes from the viewpoint of environmental sustainability. If we want to have stronger elements, we would actually need to focus on the end, on the ball on the right in this image, so to the actual outcome, to the actual environmental impact that the product will be causing to the environment. So weak eco-modulation impacts through these material-related or these environmental proxies, but the strong changes in the sustainability would be actually achieved if the eco-modulation is actually tied to the actual environmental impacts that the products would be causing. For example, what would be the savings in the greenhouse gas emissions of a particular product, such as a textile? What would be the savings in the water use of a particular textile? So this would be the ultimate way of actually creating a strong incentive. So overall, what we can see is that eco-modulation is emerging as a part of the extended producer responsibility scheme. It is trying to tackle the problem of lacking design incentives, but we can see 4 challenges on our way towards applying these eco-modulation systems. First one was that there is still a little bit weak links to environmental outcomes. Second challenge is that, in addition to what I mentioned, different countries currently in the EU and otherwise are really proceeding on their own very path-dependent ways. So their EPR schemes are quite separate and are not talking to one another. From a market perspective, this is a challenge. It creates fragmentation. Producers in Bangladesh or elsewhere need to comply with different eco-modulation systems, and this is not efficient on the market. Thirdly, the fees that these penalties and bonuses address so far have been quite low and probably maybe insufficient to actually create product changes. And then fourthly, we need more data for actually evaluating and understanding how this eco-modulation is working in practice. So to summarize, this is an interesting policy development, but there remain quite a few challenges, so it may be a bit more difficult to implement this eco-modulation in the EPR schemes than was foreseen. And therefore, what would be very interesting from a textile sectoral perspective would be to really think about these challenges, to be aware of the eco-modulation idea, and to reflect really what kind of ways textiles industry would be best positioned to apply eco-modulation. That's all from my side in this 3rd-minute presentation. Thank you very much. I will share with you some research we have conducted on this as well. So this will be part of the slides that I will be circulating. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such an insightful presentation. Thank you once again.
My pleasure.
Our next plenary session is titled Circular Design Reality versus Challenges. Please welcome our esteemed speakers to the stage. Mr. Abrar Saim, Director of BGMEA, Mr. Mustafain Munir, President of Cyclo Recycled Fibers, Mr. Dewan Nurul Islam, Chemical and Environment Manager of Bestseller, and Mr. Mohammad Monwar Hussain, Head of Sustainability of Team Group. This session will be moderated by Mr. Khalid Hussain, Director at Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. Let's dive into the reality and challenges of implementing circular designs in the textile industry. Is the mic working, Mr. Khalid?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this pivotal session on circular design, reality versus challenges at this Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. My name is Khalid, and I'm one of the director of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, and I'm honored to moderate our today's discussion. In our global quest for sustainability, circular design has emerged as a critical component. It's a philosophy aimed at eliminating waste, extending the life cycle of our product, and rejuvenating our natural ecosystem. For Bangladesh, as one of the second largest apparel exporter in this whole world, embracing circular practice and design is not just an environmental necessity, but also a strategic imperative to remain competitive in this global market. However, while the potential is vast, there are tons of challenges as well. Complex material blends hinder recycling, perceive high costs, deter manufacturers. And there is a significant gap on skill sets for the designers. Addressing these issues will require collaborative efforts, investment in skills, and supportive policies. Today, we have a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights and experience on these pressing issues. Our esteemed panelists are Mr. Abrar Saem, Director of BGMEA and founder of Merchant Bay; Mr. Monowar Hossain, Head of Sustainability at Team Group; Mr. Mustafain Munir, President of Cyclo Recycle Fibers; Mr. Dewan Nurul Islam, Chemical and Environmental Manager at Bestseller. Each of our panelists brings wealth of knowledge and experience, and their perspective will provide us with a comprehensive understanding of the realities and challenges to the circular design. Let's start the discussion, starting with Abrar Saem. As a leader in the garments industry, being involved with this sector for a long time, and also a founder of a R&D sourcing platform, how do you see the future of circular apparel design evolving in Bangladesh and beyond?
Thank you for having me here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, circular design is a present now. I don't really it's not a long, short future. It's something that we are already adopting around the world. So for us as a manufacturing nation, we have to pedal up and catch up with this and stay at par at least, if not ahead, in terms of how we can be involved in the circularity. And as this session is corely about the circular design, which is one of the preliminary stage, because that's where you design on how to bring the circular economy into your products, I feel there is a lot the manufacturing nation can do. There are a lot of challenges as well, which I'm sure in this discussion we will be bringing out, and following through I'll be discussing about that too. But it is standardized right now how every designs are being incentivized to have the circularity. And if I may break it in terms like simpler, like circular designs or designs that can have recycle factor into it, that can have the sustainable factor into it, that can have the longevity, even the products that's designed to stay longer than a regular lifespan of that particular product. That also is a kind of circular design, the kind of participating in the circular economy, because that takes us to lesser waste, lesser cycle of production, so that benefits in many ways to the environment and wastage and raw materials as well. Not only that, the future even looks much more solid and solvent, because the mindset of the Gen Zs and the emerging generations, they are more embedded with the need of circularity and sustainability in their minds. So that means that we will see that convert into the purchasing behavior. So as we will be seeing more and more consumer dictating the circularity, that's when us, the value players in the supply chain will be adopting this more, because that's the push that drives the most other than any other factor. So the consumer factor will be pushing this, and the advancement of technology is adding on to this. Now using machine learning, we can figure out how to do lesser wastage when producing. With AI, what are the current exact trends that we need to pick on so that we can minimize wastage again. So I feel the future is very, very strong for circular design, and us as a manufacturing hub, as an industry who's the pioneer of manufacturing, who's the economic driver for the country, needs to adopt, and the importance to it is significantly higher. So platforms like this where we collaborate, platform that I'm building like Merchant Bay, which is a collaborative platform between buyers, designers, and manufacturers. We are working a lot in terms of promoting designs that has that circular factor in it. Promoting textiles, a lot of R&D is getting into textiles and raw materials and being incentivized as well. Promoting them so that manufacturers can use those, be informed, and take informed decisions. So I would say that about the future is very, very prominent, strong, and it's now the time we adopt and figure out how we pass through the challenges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham, for sharing your insights and shed lights on the future of circularity, and the opportunity lies on circular design. So let's hear from Mr. Monwar Hussain and go more deeper into the context. As a be part of the Bangladesh, one of the top manufacturer in the country, and also leading the sustainability efforts of a team group. So my question to you would be, how can circularity be integrated into design and development of apparel products? And what are the challenges do you foresee in this integration? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Khalid. First of all, thanks Bangladesh Apparel Exchange for organizing the second Circular Economy Forum. So when you talk about circularity, I think if we look into the principle of circularity, is one is design out waste, and the second part is regenerate the natural system, and the third part is keeping the materials and waste in use. So from that perspective, we have developed our own sustainability strategy for year 2030, and our major goal by 2030 is to reduce consumption of materials, and most importantly, enhance sustainable material mix up to 50%. So from that perspective, we have developed our strategic plan, and whenever we go for sourcing raw materials, we look for materials that are made of like sustainable materials, recycled materials. For instance, if I just note about the material consumption of 2022 and 2020, we have enhanced our recycled cotton consumption up to 21%, and recycled polyester consumption up to 58%. Having said that, even if we look into our way of doing business, or in Team Group, one of our unique selling points is we don't invest for new buildings or new factories. So we always try to buy the dead factories, the factories who are not performing. We take them over and make them sustainable. So I think the thread of recycling or circularity is at the very basic of our business principle. Looking into the liquid waste, not looking only into the textile waste, but we also look into the liquid waste. We also look into textile materials, plastic, paper waste, everything. So we have a two-way approach. One is we look into upstream mechanism, meaning that as much as waste can be reduced in the process. And second thing is when we are coming up with some post-industrial waste or pre-consumer waste, how to make recycling, upcycling, or downcycling. So in our 6 factories, we have jacket factories, we have knit dyeing factories, we have denim factories. So we have our production facilities spread over all sort of product. I mean, apart from just lingerie, we do everything. So what we are doing in our knit dyeing factory, we have 2 sort of waste. One is like liquid waste. So we have our ETP. We are now trialing ZLD to ensure that we are reusing the wastewater after reverse osmosis and other processes. We also have come up with a lot of empty drums. We have partnered with Clarichem, one of the company, and we reuse those chemical drums. We also come up with sludges. We send it to one of the brick fields where it's being reused or upcycled. And we are also looking into machines and technologies. Whenever we buy any machines, we look for its water footprint, because we have seen that the consumers are continuously asking for water footprint, carbon footprint, and other environmental footprints of the product that they source from us. From the textile and from the RMG waste perspective, what we did is we did a detailed inventory of all sort of waste. Then we tried to look into the waste that are recyclable. So we have partnership with Recycle Exchange, and we have also partnership with Reverse Resources. So we are sending our pre-consumer waste to them, and in turn they're also giving us the traceability that we need. We have one of our jacket factory whereby we're using mostly man-made fibers, blended fibers, fabrics, coated fabrics. So we are a bit challenged in this particular area, but still we are working as to how we can go for recycling of this man-made fiber-based fabrics. Another point is, I think it's also about attitude. We do have our goals and we have our mindset to go for recyclability, but then again, in many cases, we don't have that much of freedom of choosing the right sort of fibers, because brands play a pivotal role here. We have to go to the suppliers who are nominated by brands. And also the designers of the Western world, I mean, designers who are sitting in Europe, they actually doesn't look into the environmental footprint of the fabrics they may be using. So 80% of the impact are pre-decided in the design phase. So our scope of playing around is like 20%. So I think it cannot be only the manufacturer's call. I think it's more of a collaboration that Mustafi sir was saying in the morning. So it has to be looked into all possible angle. So we are trying our best to close the loop, if possible within our premises, if not possible within our country, or if not possible, at least within the region. I think this is, in a nutshell, that we are doing in the area of circular economy or material mix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monwar, for sharing your insights on, real insights on how a manufacturer is embracing circularity on the ground. So now my question would be to, we have heard from manufacturing association, manufacturers. Now I'm gonna ask a question to Mr. Mustafin Monir. As one of the leading textile recycler company in this world, Cyclo, I have asked a similar question to Saim before, but would love to hear more about your perception and your envision about the future of circular design in the textile industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So we've been in the physical practice of recycling, so in the circularity business now for about 12 years. So we have real-world experience and data on supply chain and sales and consumption of recycled materials, and feedback from customers and buyers. So when we talk about the future of circular design, I think it's becoming more increasingly important to discuss specific time frames because we have these theoretical discussions every few months. So the near-term future, let's say 5 years, I don't see much happening. For the next 10, 20 years, let's say, maybe we can be more optimistic. So first of all, let's establish our timelines. The second point here, our brother, he pointed out about Gen Z, and Gen Z claiming to want materials that are more sustainably sourced or circular practices. And that information, I believe, is starting to fall apart. In polls, in social media posts, they are more than happy to claim that they want circular designs and circular materials. But if you follow the money, they don't seem to be backing up those claims. For example, the largest apparel company or brand retail in the world, there's Inditex, but the one that's about to eclipse Inditex is called Shein. Shein is a Chinese company, and their sales are tremendous. So they've quickly, in the last 5 or 6 years, become one of the top 5 largest retailers in the world. They don't care about circularity. They don't care about sustainability. And Gen Z's consumers are buying these items like hotcakes. So I think we have to take a realistic look on what is circular by design and what is fashionable and sellable. Incorporating these two is going to be the biggest task ahead of us as an industry in Bangladesh and a textile industry as a whole. I don't know if that answered your question.
Okay. Cool. So thank you, Munir, for sharing some real concern and also some challenges lies in this industry if we would like to embrace circularity in this whole value chain. So we would like to hear more about from the brand's perspective. So here today, Dewan Nurul Islam is with us from Bestseller. So could you please share and some more insight about the challenges lies in terms of embracing circularity in this whole apparel supply chain and how Bestseller is collaborating with its suppliers to promote circular fashion?
Yeah, thank you. So now circularity is a reality in the industry, and we are part of a pilot. For the last 3 years, we are working with different stakeholders. But basically, from our side, we started before this pilot. So here, Simco is here, Reverse Society is here, and initially we started with our 1 or 2 suppliers just to see basically how it moves. So in terms of challenges, actually I was following up the previous plenaries, and I think considering the industry, what is the reality we are facing this already, we have heard from different distinguished plenaries. But I can add few more things also here. This is in general also like awareness about this circularity and what is the potential of being circular. So this is what from our side we feel still it's missing. So I think here it is a very good opportunity. A lot of industry leaders are here. So we need to basically start thinking about this, and then I think this will help us to have an action plan to move forward. And another thing is, as our industry is working for a long period of time, so we think that something has been kind of culture and has been kind of a part of a society that, okay, these sort of things will move like this way. But we need to basically have the disruption, and we need to think whatever the necessity of time. And in terms of the challenges in the ground, basically, whenever we are engaging our suppliers with us, whenever we are communicating with our factories, whenever we are asking them to segregate the waste from where it is being generated, to have the separate storage, to hand over to the competent party, then this is technically is not a challenge, but it requires a huge time to have that shift in the mindset, to have that proper action plan in the factory. And that's why we are not able to achieve the traceability and transparency, basically, what is happening right now. So in this regard, I appreciate that study already. Actually, I think from our side, we'll study a lot and we'll find out actually what is happening in the entire industry. This will help. And another challenge is in terms of technology. So what actually in terms of mechanical segregation, now we are capable to manage basically, we can say the cotton wastage. But most of our fabrics are blended and having different compositions. So this is what another area we need to look at in terms of technology. How we can handle this, how we can have a viable solution for other type of cottons, other type of wastage apart from the cottons. So from our experience, I think we have been working for last 4 years, and this is what basically you observe from our side. But from our side, we also believe that over the time, we need to move in circular direction. And we believe there is no other alternative. And it is having different perspectives. But as a brand, we believe we need to move that direction. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nurul Islam. So I'm going to start from where Mr. Nurul Islam just ended. So Mr. Mustafin Munir, so once again come back to you. So Nurul has mentioned about the challenge regarding the technology. So would love to hear more from you. How mature are the recycling technologies right now worldwide? And is the recycling industry ready to support shift from linear to circular apparel production?
The short answer is no. And the short answer is that in certain aspects we're mature, in some other aspects we're very immature. The example, so there's mechanical recycling and chemical recycling. I'm pretty sure that's been touched upon. Mechanical recycling has been around for 50, 60 years. It's just recently that we've improved the qualities as such as we can actually upcycle the fibers back into fashionable items rather than downcycle it into insulation materials. But that being said, you can do that for a small percentage of the very good waste. And luckily in Bangladesh, we have a decent amount of that. So when it comes to the blended waste and the, let's say, even the monomaterial waste that is in a different structure, chemicals recycling still has a ways to go in terms of scaling up. The unfortunate example would have been Renewcell, which they have the brand name Circulose. They had set up the first scaled chemical recycling facility in Sweden. They had an initial product offering. Their share price went from $80 to 80 cents. They went bankrupt a couple of months ago. Luckily, their assets have been acquired by a different company. And the simple reason that they were not successful is because they didn't have enough sales. They did not have enough sales because the price was too high, despite commitments from brands to purchase the fiber. When it came down to actually purchasing the fiber, it was too expensive and didn't fit into the buyer's price model. So how do we replicate, or how do we learn from these things and move on? When it comes to specifically in the recycling process, this is going to take a while. Once you go from fabric, you can go to fabric to fiber mechanically, you can do it chemically, but what the buyers or the customers want is it to be almost as good or pretty much the same as the virgin form. There are chances, there are technologies in the pipeline, in pilot stage of production, but not at scale production, close to scale production, different phases of the production process, and addressing different needs in terms of separation of fibers, and then recovery of fibers basically into usable components. And there are technologies that show that some of them can do it to a virgin, if not even better virgin quality. The problem with them is going to be price initially. The solution usually to bring down prices is scale, but scale has always worked in linear models. Scale has been untested in circular models. So there's a fundamental economic problem here with that. When I'm talking about that is you have your raw material supply. If I need, you know, 1 million tons of cotton, I can get 1 million tons of cotton. If I need 1 million tons of 100% used cotton t-shirts, there's no guarantee I can get that. So there are a lot of issues to address with the technology side of it, and we have to temper our expectations. We also have to look at the processes which make it expensive, and the processes that are related to environmental impacts. Like if you look at the textile or garments life cycle, about 20%, 25% of its carbon and water usage is in the fiber and yarn preparation stage. About 36% of the adverse environmental impact comes from the dyeing and finishing stage. So to go from a colored textile material, let's say in a circular model, or in a circular model, if you're using used inputs, be it post-consumer and pre-consumer, you can have a low impact in mechanical recycling to convert into fiber, so that saves a lot. But if you want to convert that back into a fiber that's ready to dye again, you are going to be implementing that 36% of carbon and water usage back in the material preparation stage. It can be a bit confusing. I can refer you to some studies, but that adds carbon emissions, that adds water, and that adds cost. So these issues are going to need some serious considerations. There are technologies, again, that are trying to address these issues, but we're still a ways away from those being economically viable.
Thank you, Munir. Thank you. So we have heard about the challenges of lies in the recycling technologies, but still there is hope. Like the technologies improvement is still on the process. So we shouldn't give up our hope. And brands from brand end, they are also taking a lot of initiatives to take it forward. From manufacturing end, we are seeing they are also cooperative to incorporate circular practices into their manufacturing facilities. But all our efforts will go in vain if we don't see demand from the consumer end. So let's get back to Mr. Dewan Nurul Islam once again. From a representative of one of the top brands in the world, so how do you perceive the consumer mindset towards circular fashion? Are consumers ready to pay a premium for circular apparel? What would be your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think in general we have some perception about consumer awareness, and sometimes we see that Gen Z is evolving, Gen Z is coming, they are going to pay more or something like this. But it is mixed, I can say, from our experience, because as brand, we are having our business with the wholesalers, and actually what we basically, we are getting the feedback that yes, consumers are more aware about this circularity, sustainability, but it's a question whether they are ready to pay now or something like this. So from bestseller side, we expect that this awareness will increase among the consumers, and it will be a business case for all the stakeholders, and this circularity will move forward. But to answer your question, yes, it's really challenging. What actually Mr. Mustafin already mentioned, that as brand, when we are going to sell, basically, we don't experience that much of eagerness from the consumer side. So it is not a matter of one brand. It is not matter of one country or something like this. I think circularity, sustainability, these are the things are required to save our planet. So I think from our side, wherever we are, we need to try to raise the awareness, and we need to try to develop that business cases. Then I think it will move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Nur Islam. So let's get back to Mr. Abrasaim once again. So as you are one of the director of BGMEA, and BGMEA also works as a bridge between manufacturers and brands in our country, so I would like to know more about what are the activities or action BGME can facilitate for the manufacturers and support them to scale up circular initiatives in the country. So yeah, thank you.
All right. So I'll get to this question, but first I wanted to add with the ongoing discussion that's going on in terms of consumer willing to pay. Like, we understand that Gen Z and all are having the mindset, having the understanding that circularity, sustainability, these are important, but are they willing to pay for that? I mean, I don't think no one's ever willing to pay higher for anything. Like the mentality for winning while buying is by paying less. So that's something that's inbuilt, and we can't expect that to change right away. But it's a game of marketing, actually, not by telling lies, but actually speaking up the truth in a more influential way. And that's where we need to collaborate a lot. And this will be a gradual change, not an overnight change that we show them. We can show them information to make them accept why it's important, but to make them habituated to pay more for this is a process. And we must not give up, and we must continuously be doing, like, for example, the Shein example, like they're selling cheap product, like mind my word, but that's what they're doing, right? But the social pressure of circularity and this are still also there, because hence you see recently they have launched a platform to sell second-hand product of their own. I mean, their product already have a less lifetime, and they are doing for second-hand sale, which means the pressure of bringing circularity is there, and that's what we can expect, that psychological behavioral change might be coming up. So Yeah, so that's what I want to add in terms of the mindset. And to do that, now getting to your question, to make that happen, there's a lot to be done in terms of the policy level as well, where associations like BGMEA and international associations, bodies, regulatory bodies, all should be collaborating to work together in terms of setting up those policies. Like, for example, locally, if we say that if we want to promote more of recycling and circularity, we can work on our local policies even, where we are actually looking into and talking about it already, that if you want to buy local wastage, there is a VAT you pay. And then you transfer that into recycled product and sell that, there is a VAT again you pay. So there is, like, for bringing this recycled manufacturer into the value chain of product, there's a double VAT you're paying, so which comes around like maybe 7% and then again 15% when selling. So this addition of cost, we cannot then competitively promote recycling and circularity from our country. So to do that, we have to incentivize manufacturers to be able to promote recycled product, circular product at a competitive price as well. So we have to understand that competitiveness, that is very important. Then that is one of the core work BGMEA and BTMA and the associations over here is pursuing. Also, stronger collaboration with international regulatory bodies, which summits like this is encouraging, is very much important to bring in grants, to bring in funds, to collaborate with international funds, which can promote the R&Ds that's required for the manufacturers to invest and get this into the system. There are many brands now having funds where they're investing into innovative ideas and incubating them. So those are the things we need to bring more for our manufacturers. So initiatives like those are much more important to get this rolling and to get this into reality.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing some really important insights. So we are almost at the end of our discussion. So before ending our discussion, let's end our conversation with a positive note. So I'm going back to Mr. Monwar Hossain once again. So Mr. Monwar, as be a representative of a leading manufacturing in the country, we'd like to know more about some best practices you follow at your facilities regarding managing waste at the team group. So which actually other companies can follow. So would love to know more about it.
Thank you, Khalid. I just want to flag one simple point, actually. I mean, whatever we do in the vicinity of, in the area of sustainability or circularity, I mean, one of the major reasons of making all these strides is to reduce environmental footprint. And while we are growing, we have to decouple the growth curve from the resource consumption curve, meaning doing more with less. So keeping that principle in mind, doesn't matter whatever we do, it cannot be always regulation in my mind, because you see, in environmental science, I'm a student of environmental science. So in environmental science, we studied one thing called LCA, life cycle assessment. So what is a life cycle assessment? It's pretty much like a cost-benefit analysis that we do in economics, for instance. So what it looked into is, for instance, a report says that if we can adopt circularity across the whole value chain of textile, it will reduce our carbon footprint up to 10%. So keeping that in mind, if we are to invest in chemical-based recycling plants, which is very energy-galloping plants, and more importantly, if we have a recycling plant, for instance, in Sweden or in Finland, and if we have to send all this waste all the way to Sweden or in Finland, what is the associated logistic carbon footprint of these things? So I don't think that is always about regulation. It always has to be the common sense, and it always has to be in your culture, in your mindset. I think that is more important. Apart from that, another point I want to add is when we design a product, we always come for, if you look into athleisures or even denim nowadays, is blend of so much of fibers. So if we prepare a fabric which is not fundamentally recyclable, how do we close the loop? So there are some fundamental flaws within the system itself which need to be addressed first before we make any stride. And the third point is, when we look into the fashion industry is heavily controlled by the consumers. So if we go for recycled materials, even if we look for any sustainable materials, for instance, nowadays we are talking about coffee oils instead of petrochemical chips, and so many other sustainable sources of materials. But if you blend 40% recycled materials, have you thought about it? How designer will fulfill the demand of the consumers? So we have so many inherent challenges that needs to be looked for. But then again, if we have the mindset, I think we can definitely address the challenge and we can make the good. But then again, the root cause has to be kept in front, not just running behind circular economy. Do what is best, do what is doable. And as Abrar sir was saying, that we have to look into a proper business case, because what does it make if, after all this initiative that the manufacturers are doing, if it's not being paid, if it's not being appreciated in value terms, it's not going to be a business case. And if it's not going to be a business case, that's not going to help the root cause. So to answer Khalid's last question, what we are doing, a few things we tried from Team Group. For instance, last year, we used to share goodie bags during New Year's. So we prepare all the goodie bags made from the denim waste, from one of our denim factories that we did. And currently, from our jacket manufacturing factory, we are developing a CSR project with SNV, whereby we'll be using the leftover fabrics and cut fabrics to make PPEs for the waste handlers of the different municipalities. We also are trying to develop a market-based solution whereby the jute can be upcycled, because especially the man-made fibers are not yet that much evident that are recyclable, and the broad diversity of the fabrics are also one of the impediments of doing so. So I think it's all about we are trying. We yet have to go a long way. But before running into a dark road, I think we need proper data and proper understanding to shed lights to lead us to the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monor. I think we are still on time, and we could take 2 questions from the audience. So if anyone would like to ask any question to our esteemed panelists, so please raise your hand.
We have someone at that corner on the left. Can someone take a mic to him? Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Hello, this is Rahat from Stanley Stella. So I have a couple of questions. So first question is that let's say the prospect of recycled polyester factory in Bangladesh. So is there any factory right now? And the second question is about the technical feasibility of cotton blend. So let's say more than 50% recycled cotton in blend. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's for me. Salagrale.
Yeah, and try to keep it short.
Okay, sorry. No, they're a very good company. Yeah, so more than 50% recycled cotton. It is possible for coarser counts. If you use chemically recycled cotton, you can increase it. If you add an additional process, which adds some costs, you can also increase it above 50% in certain cases. The quality is the issue. I didn't hear the recycled polyester part. If you were to, there was a question part of recycled polyester?
Yeah, so regarding the recycled polyester, so question is that the prospect of production of recycled polyester in Bangladesh.
For textiles or textile recycled polyester?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. There's a company now, Swedish and New York collaboration called Syre, S-Y-R-E. They're trying to increase, make a facility for textile to textile polyester. Initial results on textile to textile polyester using pre-consumer waste were iffy. The fiber strength is not as good as even recycled polyester from PET bottles. But I really think in terms of circularity, textile to textile recycled polyester should be the biggest focus and actually going to have the most potential, because when you're dealing with petrochemicals and man-made fibers, you have a lot more opportunity to play with the chemistry.
Okay, I think we are running out of time. So thank you to all our panelists for their valuable insight and all of you for participating in this panel session. Today's discussion highlighted the immense potential and challenges into the circular design in fashion industry. So let's take this insight back to our organization and work towards more sustainable future in fashion. Together we can drive forward a more future in the industry. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your amazing session. Requesting you to stand together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to explore the depths of circularity, I'm excited to introduce our next presentation, a National Circular Textile Roadmap for Bangladesh by Dr. Patrick Schroeder, Senior Research Fellow, Chatham House. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Schroeder to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Dr. Schroeder?
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, thank you. I'll take a few minutes to present some research that we've done on national roadmaps for circular economy and maybe some suggestions how this could be useful for Bangladesh. And this is part of the Switch to Circular Value Chains program, which is funded by the European Union, led by UNIDO here in Bangladesh. We've produced a couple of publications together with one of our partners, Policy Exchange. These are available on the Switch to CE website, where we try to show some international experiences on circular economy policy trends and how they are relevant for textiles sectors. In addition to this, we've done, over the last few years, analysis of national circular economy roadmaps, how they're developing over time. And so this is a policy tracker that we have, and you can see in 2018, there's just a handful of national roadmaps. You can actually see Japan was the first country to introduce such a national circular economy roadmaps, then European countries followed. In Colombia, in Latin America, there's one. So that's 5 years ago, and forward to 2024, you can see there's quite an uptake. You see this in many other countries, including also and this was also mentioned this morning in Southeast Asia, Vietnam and Cambodia, India, China have now all developed these national roadmaps. And that's quite recent. So this is a process that's taking off. Also, you can see many African countries and Latin America is doing similar policy developments. So we've kept this in a recent other report with UNIDO. And we've also tried to show the types of policies that are being implemented in these roadmaps. So you can see the carrots are there's a lot of carrots, subsidies and incentives is the main policy approach. There's also sticks in terms of charges or fees or taxation, but it also includes a lot of policies about investment funds to be set up to provide access to finance for industry to make this transition. So as part of our switch to CE policy approach, we focus on some cost-cutting issues, highlighting the need for just transition, as also mentioned today, and also the need for circular economy policy packages, this is what we call it, because the circular economy transition is not only an environmental issue, but it's relevant for society and labor, working conditions, but also then new business models. So it requires a whole set of different policies that fall into the remit of different government agencies. I won't go into detail here, but there's benefits in trying to cluster a set of different policies into a package and try to advance these together in a coordinated approach, also by involving not only one ministry, but a range of different agencies. So for Bangladesh, what we've done a little bit as part of our analysis, we see there's different policies that have been suggested. And many of these were also mentioned today. And we actually also have heard that there are also now changes that are taking place relating, for example, Bangladesh has included circularity in the latest export policy. There's discussions around the VAT that's currently used for applied to jute, et cetera, et cetera. So a suggestion could be to cluster all this into a circular textile strategy or roadmap. That would be a sectoral approach. You could also think about doing an economy-wide circular economy strategy or roadmap. That would include, however, bringing in other industries as well. So for the textile sector, a sectoral approach could be the first step. What we did last year in the Bangladesh BGMEA journal, together with Asadun Noor from UNIDO, who was here earlier, but also Mr. Ramin Khan, who was the secretary at the Ministry of Commerce. We published this article with a set of policy recommendations. All these would be also relevant for a textile roadmap. And this idea of a textile roadmap doesn't have to start actually from scratch. This is a publication by UNEP published end of last year, outlining some of the key building blocks that would be part of the textile roadmaps. There's a lot of good information in there and can be used as guidance to develop this in Bangladesh. And so what the roadmap could do would be ideally identify and prioritize some focus areas. And this would include circular materials and design. We heard about design just now on the panel before. Questions around waste management and recycling. Then the education, skills and training, including also for the informal sector. R&D and what policies can stimulate research and development. But then also the collaboration and partnerships across the industry and public-private partnerships. So a roadmap would set some high-level of objectives. These are some examples that could be used. It's not, and none of this is finalized or has been done. We're just trying to provide some ideas what could happen. And a roadmap would ideally also include not only high-level objectives and goals, but also some concrete targets, basically action plans that could be broken down. And so these are some suggestions of concrete quantitative targets that could be used. For example, recycling targets, circularity ratio, also targets on trade, how much circular garments should be traded at what time, but also qualitative targets. This would more relate to the informal sector inclusion, maybe also something on how to develop innovations in regulatory mechanisms. And then there would also be a sequence. So for example, we looked at a Circular Textiles 2030 roadmap, this could be a sequence of different phases how to do this. The first one would actually be setting up some coordination group that would be led by ministries, but also involve private sector. And this coordination group would then kick off the process to do assessment and planning, but also look at implementation, but also infrastructure development goals, and then also in monitoring an improvement plan. So that could be something over the next 5 years in different stages. These are some of the key stakeholders that would be involved, in very much a public-private undertaking. As we also know from many other countries, these are very interactive and deliberate processes that are open for as many stakeholders to join as possible. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Happy to chat more about this idea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schroeder. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our fourth and final plenary session of the summit, Transparency and Traceability in Circularity. I'm honored to invite the following speakers to the stage. Mr. Mohammad Sohail, Managing Director, Bangla Poshak Limited. Mr. Titus van der Speck, Senior Researcher, Regenerative Innovation Systems and Societal Entrepreneurship, The Hague University of Applied Sciences. Mr. Mumit Hassan, Director of Business and Operations, Reverse Resources Bangladesh. Mr. Raisul Kabir, Founder and CEO of Brain Station 23. Ms. Lakshmi Poti, Senior Program Manager, Fashion Lotus Foundation. She will be joining virtually. This session will be moderated by Mr. Ashim Rahman, Policy Advisor, Business Development at the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Bangladesh. Let's delve into the important aspects of transparency and traceability in achieving a circular economy. Requesting the panelists to please come up on stage and take their seats.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is it audible? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Dutch Embassy in Bangladesh, I'm honored to welcome you all here in this plenary session of the Circular Economy Summit organized by the Bangladesh Apparel Exchange. We're looking forward to a very interesting discussion today. So imagine a system where every Bangladeshi garment that is manufactured has a digital passport containing information on the material used, the manufacturing process, and the certifications obtained. This data would be accessible to brands, retailers, policymakers, recyclers, consumers, throughout the garment's life cycle. For the RMG sector, this transparency would boost consumer confidence in Bangladeshi garments, promote ethical sourcing, and minimize waste and environmental impact. Today's session is an opportunity to share best practices, explore challenges, and identify opportunities of collaboration between Bangladesh and the global fashion industry in promoting traceability and transparency in circularity. Therefore, I want to extend a particularly warm welcome to our distinguished panelists Your presence here today signifies a significant commitment building on the valuable discussions that we are having already. As experts in this field, your insights will be invaluable as we work together to achieve a more sustainable future. So I'm introducing the panelists again. Lakshmi Pati, who is joining online with us. She's the Senior Program Manager, Fashion of Lords Foundation. Mr. Mohammad Sohail, Managing Director, Bangla Poshak Limited. Mr. Mumit Hassan, Director of Business and Operation, Reverse Resource, Bangladesh. And Mr. Titus van der Speck, Senior Researcher, Regenerative Innovation Systems and Societal Entrepreneurship, The Hague University of Applied Sciences, and Raisal Kabir, Founder and CEO of BrainStation 23. So, we are going to dive into the discussion on this topic today. To start with, I would like to give floor to Mr. Mumit Hassan from the Reverse Resource to know how Reverse Resource, because you're doing this on the ground practically, specializes in tracking and trading textile waste. How far Reverse Resource can trace the textile waste from where to where? How the platform actually works.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. All right. At first, I would like to thank and give kudos to Mustafiz Bhai and the fantastic Bangladesh Apparel Exchange team for organizing the second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's been a fantastic day of very insightful discussions. So yeah, really, at first, I'd like to congratulate them first. And it's a very interesting question, so thanks so much for that. So Reverse Resources, in its essence, we are a software as a service platform. What does it mean? That means we are basically a software that can be used by different stakeholders of the textile value chain, such as manufacturers, waste handlers, recyclers, brands, and so on. Different people can basically use our platform to track and trace the textile waste across the value chain. Now, the question that you asked was how far it can be traced. To answer that, I think what we can start with is how the trace is established. The way it is established is at first, especially brands and programs, they can be invited into the platform. They can establish their presence into the platform, and then they can invite their respective stakeholders, such as different manufacturers. Then the manufacturers, if they're interested, they can invite their respective waste handlers. The waste handlers, then they can invite their recycling partners, and so on. And the same way, the brands can invite their recycling partners into the platform. That's the primary step of establishing their presence. And then the waste trace is established when the waste is moving from manufacturer to waste handler to the recycler. And throughout this journey, each and every stakeholder updates what we call is an inventory. So inventory means where you have the details of whatever you have in your presence. So a manufacturer will update the inventory of whatever amount of waste they have inside the platform. Similarly, when they will make a shipment from their end to a waste handler, that will also be updated into the platform, and the other party can work and verify that how much of it they have actually received. And thus the trace is established through manufacturer to the waste handler to the recycler, even the final destination of the recycled fiber. Because the recyclers, what they do with the waste is they produce different categories of recycled product that can be used for, let's just say, if it's the recycler who make it up to a fiber, there could be spinners who are using it to make the yarn. The beautiful part of the Reverse Resources platform is there is already an established linear traceability there. So from fiber to yarn to fabric to product to the consumer, that linear supply chain is already there, that's traced. What we bring to the table is the reverse supply chain. So the part of the supply chain that is not transparent, we don't know. So let's just say if we ask how much waste a certain brand, a certain manufacturer has produced, how much of it was recycled, how it was recycled, where it was recycled, if it was landfilled, where it was landfilled, was it landfilled responsibly or not? All these questions. So today, a lot of discussions were there which were asking these questions, and we are here to provide the solution for that. So you can see ourselves as the solution provider that can give you a platform for tracing, embedding traceability into this whole value chain. That's the way I think I would like to say. I hope that answers your question.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mumit. This is very interesting to hear your ideas, how it works on the ground. Definitely, this is not, you're not doing this alone. There are stakeholders involved in it. So one of the stakeholders are the brands, who's actually we have a representative from the brands as well. So Lakshmipati, I would want to move to you, if you can hear me properly. So the Lords Foundation is working for long for the transparency of fashion supply chain. How much fashion industry came far as in regards to ensuring transparency?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And just to, one, thank you for making it possible for me to join virtually today. I hope you can hear me. And just to clarify that we're not a brand, we're more of a neutral convener who really is able to then bring together multiple stakeholders. So that's really sort of our mission. So having worked now in the space of fashion for about 10 years, I think, and supporting partners like Fashion Revolution, Open Supply Hub, others in the transparency space, we understand that from Fashion Revolution's Transparency Index last year that for the first time, over 52% of brands actually now disclose, the tier 1 suppliers, which is a great step in the right direction. But of course, a lot more needs to be done, especially when you look at circularity and waste, which is not only an end-of-life issue. It really cuts across through the supply chain. So like Mumit said as well, it's really what's on the factory floor, what's flowing through. And it's not only about what waste is generated, it's also how much. So we need to start understanding what are the sort of volumes of clothing that's produced to begin with, and then therefore what is discarded and what is waste. So that's sort of how we see transparency sort of picking up, which is really key if we were to close the loop on circularity. But having said that, of course, there are a bunch of barriers here, right? One, like you said, collaboration itself, because waste is not only in the control of any one supplier or brand or a fashion industry actor. It really goes beyond. So this is a topic which is outside the control of the fashion supply chain sometimes. So you have municipalities, you have waste workers, waste managers outside of the system that also need to come in and play an integral role. And the other big barrier is really integration of technologies. So we're seeing technologies, our partners, Fashion for Good, have a lot of innovators out there as well that they're validating. But it also needs to be a connection, a seamless connection between the sorting technologies or, a platform like Reverse Resources. So this needs to happen, and this needs to begin as well. The other piece is really the investments. I think we've heard it through the day. It's about the business case. It's making sure the business case works for everybody again in the supply chain. So there are, of course, when it comes to traceability, some issues around data privacy, or the fact that providing this data or generating this data today doesn't necessarily make economic sense. It's not reflected in the final price. And perhaps this is one to take up, again, as a collective industry action. And the last piece that I would like to really sort of emphasize here from our perspective as we see it, waste is not only a climate or a nature problem, it's also a people problem. So how do you make sure that waste workers are incentivized, waste workers are central to this entire sort of, industry that's now growing in textile waste with policies like the digital product passport and all of that coming through. So that's really where we see sort of building our work as well, both locally and globally.
Thank you, Lakshmi. You moved on to the barriers as well, and you have mentioned the informal sector that is handling waste. as part of that as well. So that's another strand that I would want to pass to Mr. Sohail, Mr. Mohammad Sohail, Managing Director of Bangla Poshak. So what do you think? What are the challenges in terms of transparency issues in Bangladesh, in terms of the legislation, and also you can consider the informal players that are currently handling the textile waste in the factory. So how they can be included in the transparency and traceability system?
Thank you. Firstly, thank you, Bangladesh Apparel Exchange, for organizing Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, 2nd edition. Actually, I thanks from my heart, Mr. Mustafiz. He started these issues long time before. Otherwise, we are not in this stage of talking on this issue so many ways. Regarding transparency and traceability, you think that we welcome transparency. Why? Because we are the most transparent, compliant, and safest textile industry in the world. In other case, in the due diligence sector, what we did, as a BGME member, we have RBH project status. We started training on ESG, environment, social and government, and data management, and BGME data disclosure platform. I go a little bit inside of this training so you can understand how we are organized to develop ourselves regarding these laws of European Union. We already trained 7 batch, 70 factories, 210 participants in Dhaka, Chittagong on these ESG issues. In other case, our training on extending human rights and environment, due diligence, HREDD in RMJ sector, we already 4 batches going on, finished 50 factories from Dhaka, Chittagong, 100 participants. These are the BGME activities already in awareness, train to develop our member factories. Firstly, we are trying to, the people taking from the factories, so when we train themselves from the BGME platform, and then they go back to the factory, they train the factory people. This is the training. Transparency, what we are in the market. And now the traceability also include in this. I'm now change a little bit in a different issue. Are we think about the SME factories? Whole day we are talking about the big factories, those who have their own plant, they have recycling. The small jute, what is coming from the small factories. How you organize this thing? In a sustainable or in an environmental, is he can set up a, energy solution, give himself. Because everything you have to put, that is money. So what I think that in this platform, I want to take that issues. Please, all stakeholders, please think for the SME factories. Because they are big part of this industry. How you collect a small jute, which is produced every day. There is no space to segregate the jutes to give for the outside. Even I know so many factories, they sold it out everyday basis because they don't space in the factory to keep it up. So this is my point to raise in this platform. And I have some ideas. The big factories come up with, cope up with the small factories in his areas. If they collect in that way, in a collective way from the small factories, that can be one solution. And otherwise, we also need some policy support from the government, because I want to sort out the leftovers. I need money. So this point, all this can be thing for all the sectors, governments and stakeholders to keep their mind how we launch the SME factories with the mainstream of this circularity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is very interesting to hear from you that the traceability chain is not complete without involving the SME factories and also the informal sector. And a huge number of processing is happening at that stage. And we all know that traceability is not possible beyond tier 2, or even that is not, sometimes it's not accounted for. So changing the perspective a little bit to hear from Mr. Titus that how the academia, the Hague University, which is in Netherlands, who is championing the circularity aspect as well. I think Netherlands is actually recycling or reduced 50% of their waste since 1980, and currently sorting 80% of the waste, so that only 2.3% of that goes into the landfill. So how and the university and the academia influence this, and from the perspective of Hague University, focusing on sustainable innovation, how can the principles of eco-design be adapted to the unique constraint of Bangladesh's high volume, fast turnaround apparel sector?
Firstly, thank you for having me. I want to thank especially the BAE team. It's been a real pleasure to spend time with Mustafiz, with Omar, with Khalid, and with the team. I feel like I'm part of the family and part of the ecosystem, so thank you very much for that. This question, when I was given this question, the question is essentially, how can we incorporate eco-design in a high-volume, fast turnaround apparel sector? And I'm going to be a bit provocative right now and say we can't. We cannot do that with those principles in mind. If we want to embrace and integrate eco-design, we have to re-look at the principles of how we define our sector. If we look at, for example, life principles, which is a principle or philosophy that looks at how we can incorporate nature into supply chains, what we see is a focus on being locally attuned, looking at local resources, looking at the availability of local materials, of local energy sources, and researching and investing in that, slowly, taking our time. Leveraging life cycles. So imagine the idea that we're producing seasonally, not based on one crop, but based on multiple crops that are growing together. These are elements and philosophies of eco-design as well, and to try to mold that and integrate with the adjectives of fast turnaround and high volume is difficult. And I don't see how to marry those two elements. We've recently seen a revival of more heritage practices. I believe someone was telling me yesterday that there was some investment or some subsidy made into handloom and heritage fibers in Bangladesh a few years ago, and that there's a revival in this at the moment. And that's raising certain very interesting questions. It's raising questions like, should we slow down production? Eco-design and hand looming and hand weaving require time. Could we move, the fast fashion has only existed for, 25 years or so? Can we re-change the narrative again after 25 years to slow things down? I believe circularity demands it. You cannot embrace circularity fully. This is my opinion, perhaps. I'm sure we can debate this. But you cannot embrace circularity fully without slowing down, without being conscious. Should we go back to quality over ease of purchasing? So, you know, in the debates, in the panels today, we heard a lot about the consumer needs to change their mindset. The consumer needs to change their mindset. Agreed. But what part of their mindset needs to be changed? Maybe they shouldn't have access to as many goods. Maybe we should start to create a trend around quality and durability and longevity of goods rather than me being able to buy a product and have it hand delivered to me within 12 or 24 hours. It's ridiculous. So there's a lot we can do there. Should a consumer, from an eco-design perspective, the consumer should be much more involved in the process of where the fibers are coming from, what's going on. Should we embrace natural dyes? Should we look at that? I've heard in some of the interviews that I've been doing for the last few days for the training that we're doing, that there's plenty of brands that don't know what is available here. Should we not create collaboration between designers from brands in the West with designers here to see how local fibers, how local natural dyes can be utilized for trends, for new trends, upcoming trends? Trends are cyclical. Can we create trends around circularity? And that doesn't mean we should go back to just doing everything by hand. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is let's find a healthy balance. So technology plays a very important role if we are to embrace eco-design and, for example, hand weaving or our heritage processes, manufacturing processes. Technology needs to play a role. So technology can be used to improve the design process. Technology can be used to measure the efficiency and how we can improve even hand looming. There's plenty of things that we can embrace technology in without fully letting go of heritage and tradition. And let's not forget that in the discussion of eco-design, there's the discussion of bio-based materials. I want to bring it a little bit back to traceability, and that's a topic of this panel as well. If we look at bio-based materials, there's sometimes this idea that if a material is bio-based, then it's automatically good. But there's a lot to be said for traceability and tracking and data around bio-based materials. We need to invest in this. There's some really interesting bio-based materials that I've come across here. I was at Ecovia yesterday, and they make these amazing plastic bags. It feels like plastic to me, fully, but it's made out of cotton. And it's very interesting to see these innovations come out of Bangladesh. But if we combine these innovations with tracking and tracing and transparency, then we can see, okay, what is the water consumption of this? What is the land use of this bio-based material? So those are some of the standards that we use to measure. So we need to also, for bio-based materials, look at, how do we improve them? How do we scale them? Sometimes it's more expensive to have a bio-based material. Should that expense be carried to the consumer, or should we be investing in the companies coming up with these concepts so that they can see how to reduce price? There's so much to learn, and I think one of the main things with eco-design, and if we really want to embrace it, is circularity demands that we move much more towards a we model of us figuring it out together, policymakers and investors helping those that are making bio-based materials, that are trying to increase traditional design. There's much more of a we narrative within circularity rather than the I narrative. So I encourage us to grasp that and to go for that.
Thank you, Titus. It's great to hear that you brought in that point that it's not just everybody's working in silo and coming up with ideas how to ensure circularity, but it's the we aspect, how we can all explore and innovate this. And you have mentioned another important point, that is without technology, this is not possible to actually identify how it works, how the traceability works. So I'm inviting Raisal Kabir. You're a tech leader. BrainStation 23 is a huge organization and creating a lot of impact in Bangladesh. So how do you see technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, or Internet of Things, IoT, to be used to streamline circular design in Bangladesh? Perhaps tracking the textile waste, or is there any software that we can develop that could be like the circular design suite? There are examples in other places who use blockchain and Bitcoin-like technologies that passes around in different production cycles and the traceability, ensuring traceability. There are models out there. So what do you think model that could be more contextualized for Bangladesh, considering all the challenges that we're facing? And without technology, we cannot achieve that. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and Mustafiz Bhai for arranging the session. As the panelist has shared that technology plays a very vital role in this circular economy, and traceability and transparency would come more with the technology. And I'm so happy to see that SaaS platforms like Reverse Resources are already working on this. I think that technologies like blockchain, AI, IoT are going to play a very important role. We have not, at Brain Station, we have been working with different clients all over the world, but in circular economy, we have not yet worked on any products. But what we see is that with the power of blockchain, this would become very much possible, and this is very much important to embrace technology in the circular economy. One part of this is, of course, awareness that the companies need to embrace this from supplier side. Our producers need to embrace this, and that is why this second year program is very much helpful for suppliers like us to be aware about it, embrace it, and start using it. That is why platforms like Reverse Resource Bangladesh, they need to be there and provide platforms for this. And also, I think that this is from demand side also, this needs to come, that buyer side, if they also ask that the organizations need to have a presence in this blockchain or any other platform that creates the traceability and transparency, that would actually add a lot of value, because implementing this costs, of course, costs money. So if the requirement does not come, then this investment would be difficult to bear off. So I think that this plays a very important role. With the power of IoT and AI, the way AI is progressing nowadays, we see that it has a lot more power to understand the transparency of the products being used, products wasted, and how much it is being recycled, stuff like that. So there, the technology is now more ready to embrace this circularity. So I think that since the technology is already there, the technology people are already there to embrace this, the platforms are there, so this is just a matter of when, not whether, about this transparency and traceability of circular economy.
Thank you, Mr. Raisul. Very interesting to hear that the technology is there. All we need to do is to adapt and integrate that. And for Bangladesh, we have the demographic dividend, and the young people are very tech savvy, and they have skills in this sector. But there is a gap. So I'm coming back to Titus. From your experience, what are the most effective ways to bridge the academia and industry gap in terms of bringing this young population, especially tech-savvy population, to solve the problem?
Yeah, this question I really enjoy, actually. This is what I do for a living, so it's very comfortable for me. I've been setting up quite a few programs that incubate and focus on innovation and innovation incubation and startups for circularity and for sustainable design. And what we notice is that firstly, collaboration is very important. So right now, we're doing a collaboration with BGME University for Fashion and Technology. And what that allows, I've noticed, is it allows the trainers and the incubation that's happening in Holland to have a much better understanding of trends, behaviors within the industry here, to take that back so that we can innovate better within the Netherlands. And it allows us to share the knowledge with BUFT that they need to develop the right products and services for a Western market. So collaboration for circularity is extremely important. And that's not just on an academic from one university to another, but that's also with municipalities. Sometimes we run programs where a municipality or a government player will actually give us a challenge, and the students will solve that challenge. So we're working then with challenge-based learning, very different didactics, where we're not using a textbook anymore, that students are not getting exams anymore, but students are asked to solve a challenge, solve a problem, using business models or using economic theory, but not out of a textbook, applying it to real-life cases. We also see the use of real-life cases then. As academics, it's our responsibility to bring real-life cases to class. And that means keeping up with what's going on day to day. We need to give students a bit more freedom to make choices, to be creative, to empower them. The training that we're doing with BUFT now is very much focused on how do we create a program where students feel the freedom to come up with innovation, the empowerment to have the space to say, oh, this is an idea, for it to also be allowed to fail. How do we create that environment for a student? This is very crucial for circularity, that we change the narrative. We're looking much more now at, for example, at courses where we don't use grading anymore, but we use pass-fail for grading, just so you get the credits, with an eye a little bit on what are we trying to achieve here? Is it really trying to measure each other's performance, or do we have a more common goal here? What I've been thinking a lot about as well is Bangladesh has a massive youth population. I think from a population of 170 million, I think something like 25 is between the age of 18 and 35, 25%. That's what, I think around 40 million of potential youth entrepreneurs. How do we offer them the space to innovate? How do we empower them with that space? And we're starting with a little case study now with BUFT, but it's a small sample. We're working with about 50 students. How can we create an ecosystem, an entrepreneurial ecosystem that allows for this? And this means more access to foreign direct investment, maybe bringing very interested parties from, for example, the Netherlands here to have a look at what are the startups, the scale-ups that are going on. In the last few days, I've been introduced to some amazing scale-ups. And to create this relationship where we can bring more people here to look at this, to invest in it, but also to learn would be very interesting. So I think new forms of education is very important, and to kind of instill this idea of learning within an entrepreneurial journey. So not so much focus on, or not only focus on the commercial reward, but focus more on the learning process of, okay, what are we developing here together? How do we develop better products? How do we develop? So the learning capacity comes to play a lot.
Thank you, Titus. So we're hearing from the academia, the businesses, and also the solution providers, including technical solution providers. We hear the challenges and the opportunities. Now moving on to the platform, or those who stitch these stakeholders together, I want to go back to Lakshmi again and ask that a foundation like Lord's Foundation can use its global network to facilitate transparency in Bangladesh textile industry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and you know, I'd love to sort of share some examples of what we've been partnering on, and very happy and welcome all of you to connect later if you'd like, you know, if you'd see something interesting. So one of the pieces, again, towards transparency that we're looking at started with a project that we had supported a few years ago with Fashion for Good on sorting for circularity. So this really started in the EU, and then one of the other countries was India, where there was a mapping done of textile waste, and there was about 7 million tons that was identified in India's case, for example. And building on that, we've now launched something called the Restart Alliance, which really is an alliance of Fashion for Good, Canopy, IDH, Loudis, to look at, one, the long-term goal of textile waste feedstocks itself, but then what do you do to get there? So this is multiple things. One is you need technology transfer of the recyclers themselves. Then you need all of those technologies that I talked about earlier to be integrated. So you have Motoha or Pickvisa who do the sorting. You have Reverse Resources, which is actually doing the tracking of the waste from the factory floors, and stitching all of this together, with one important element also of bringing the waste workers in the waste management enterprises, because that's where it's also happening when it comes to post-consumer feedstock or a lot of this post-industrial feedstock that's also going in there. So how do you create that business case, even at the waste management level or the waste enterprise level? How do you then get investments to flow in? Because that's the other piece. What are the signals then for the mainstream investors to come in as well? And in doing this entire chain, that's where we look at, putting together those traceability solutions, bringing all of that together. And we've all been talking about collaboration being the key. And this is one such project that we would look at building a blueprint, which perhaps can be taken to other countries as well. So that's one. And another one I'd really quickly like to share is a piece around decomposition, which is really an alternate pathway to recycling. We've all been talking about recycling, but this is an interesting concept, and I think it touches a little bit to what Titus was saying on the nature and mimicking nature cycle, right? It's not only about addressing the waste, but it's about designing out waste to begin with. So in Ghana, we're working with OR Foundation and Biomimicry Institute and the larger consortium of testing these sort of decomposition solutions with the waste handlers themselves in the country. So there's communities there. So instead of, going into the landfill or marine systems, how do you manage this better? And how do you decompose it so that it goes back into nature's cycle? Because that's truly then circularity at its core. So that's another piece that we're looking at. And that's where OR Foundation is also feeding back to EU policies. So what's happening on the ground, what the communities there are actually doing, which then becomes very important because your traceability and transparency policies are being set elsewhere, but it's these other countries that are also impacted by it. So there needs to be a two-way sort of data flow as well in understanding. And I think the last one that I'd like to talk about is really, and Patrick is in the room, so all of you can sort of knock on him as well, is a project that we're doing with GIZ, Circle Economy, Chatham House, and EEB, where it's really mapping out these sort of trade flows of waste in countries like Bangladesh and Ghana to see how it can all feed back to the EU policy again. So that's really what I would offer to all of you in terms of these projects that are happening and the global network of Loudis, and to see how some of this could even be models that are contextual for Bangladesh as well.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. I think we are nearing the end of the session. And on that note, that we are hearing from the panelists that we need an enabling environment for this to happen in Bangladesh. The technology is there. There are actors that is working in silo that all needs to be stitched in. And there are platforms that can do that, like Lodz Foundation and private sector. So we have heard from the morning about how the jute sector can be integrated in the formal economy. We heard that how the designing will work, and now we are closing the loop with this transparency and traceability for today. Thanking all the panelists here for their invaluable ideas and remarks that will give us mileage to think. And also, this is food for thought. And This is again, I want to say that this is not just any singular initiative. It is us. We together can only achieve that. So I think we're on the right direction, and BAE and all the stakeholders that supported this program today, we are moving towards that. And I'm thanking you all for being here today, and closing this with a thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very much. Requesting you to stand up together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw close to the end of the second Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, I want to take a moment to express our profound gratitude. This summit was made possible by the Bangladesh Apparel Exchange in collaboration with GIZ Bangladesh and in association with the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Bangladesh. We thank them for their unwavering support. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, experts, delegates, and participants for your valuable contributions and cooperations throughout the day. Your insights and participation are what makes this summit a success. We hope that today's discussions have inspired you and provided you with valuable insights into the circular economy that you can take back to your organization and your communities. Thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you at future events. Safe travels and good luck in all your endeavors to promote circularity in your respective fields. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, refreshments have been served. It's an opportunity to network. Please help yourselves. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank